I am the Dealmaker. I don't expect you to understand what that means. Not truly. It isn't just a name. It's a shape I've taken. A role I've worn so long it fused to the bone. You may imagine something grand or something grotesque, but the truth is simpler than that. I make deals. That's it. That's all. That's enough. You want something, I give it to you. Simple, elegant, no complicated forms, no hidden runes, no babbling goblins or cursed rings. Just you, me, and the weight of your own want. You tell me the thing you've never told another soul, the real thing, and I say, very well. Of course, how you get it, that part's rarely what people picture, and that's where the fun begins. You see, people are endlessly creative in the ways they ruin themselves. They want love and they ask for worship. They want safety and demand power. They want peace, but they ask for more. Always more. The problem with humans is that they think they know what they want. They think naming the wish is the same as understanding it. It's adorable. Like a child asking to eat candy for every meal, and then being surprised when they vomit on the carpet. Lately, I've noticed a new trend, a particularly modern flavor of desperation. It's not about riches anymore, not really. Fame. Now that's the drug of choice. But not even fame in the old sense. Not talent recognized, not greatness earned. No. What they want now is visibility. Eyes on them, always and forever. Immortality has become social. They want to be known, not just while they live, but after. They want their name carved into the collective brain of the world. They want history to bend around them. Even if they don't have anything to say, they want it screamed into the void anyway. And that brings us, yes, to the curious case of Eli Morgan. Now, Eli was like many before him, young, ambitious, and painfully sincere. A little lost, a little loud about it. 25, still clinging to the idea that his life had meaning just waiting to be unlocked like some grand achievement badge. He wanted to leave a mark, something permanent, eternal. He didn't want to be special for a moment. He wanted it to be etched in stone. The kind of remembered that outlives empires, that gets statues and think pieces and conspiracy theories. And the poor boy thought I would be the one to stop him. No. I gave him exactly what he asked for. After all, I always do. Shall we begin? It happened on a cold Tuesday night. I was sitting in the back booth of a shuttered jazz bar in New Orleans. No music anymore, just the memory of it soaked into the wood. I like places like that. Echo chambers of better times. I was sipping something that looked like whiskey but wasn't, listening to a rat try to chew through an old speaker cable when I felt it. The call. You never forget the feeling, like being yanked through a hook threaded through your ribs. Subtle at first, then undeniable. It pulls you through shadow, through places light doesn't know exist. That delicious little tremor in the fabric of things signaling that someone out there, someone alive and desperate, has just whispered the right words with just the right mix of fear and faith. And just like that, I had an appointment. I stepped through the dark between places and arrived in a dim, cramped apartment. One of those cookie-cutter city boxes that always smells like damp drywall and microwave noodles. Cheap blinds, a flickering light bulb, tension in the air thick enough to slice. Eli Morgan was sitting cross-legged on the floor. Salt circle, black candles, his laptop open next to him, the page still up. How to summon the Dealmaker? A post left on the internet from a previous client of mine. I thought about taking it down myself, but it provided great word of mouth. He looked up at me when I stepped through the shadow. He stared and I smiled. Always the same reaction. Part horror, part disbelief, part relief. They're never sure if it worked until I speak. "You rang?" I said, brushing imaginary dust off of my coat. He scrambled to his feet, eyes wide, breath caught. Are you him?" "I hope so, otherwise this just got awkward." He didn't laugh. Shame. I do love a good laugh. "You're the Dealmaker," he said, like he was testing the words, tasting them. "You're real." "As real as anything you've ever regretted." There was a long silence. He swallowed twice. I waited. No need to rush this part. The ask always comes. I want... He started, then stopped. "Take your time. It's important to say it right." He nodded and collected himself. Looked me straight in the eye. That part always impresses me a little. So rare these days. "I want it to be remembered forever. I want the world to never forget who I am." I tilted my head. "Forever's a long time, Mr. Morgan." He didn't flinch. "I know. You don't want fame for a year, a decade, a trend cycle or two. No, I want to be etched into culture, into memory, into history. I want kids to learn my name in school. I want documentaries, statues, podcasts dissecting everything I ever said." Romantic. Naive, but romantic. He stood his ground, so I stepped closer. "One last chance to change your mind. You may get exactly what you asked for." "I won't change it. This is what I want." "Very well. When you wake up tomorrow, the world will know your name." His eyes lit up. The smallest, stupidest smile crossed his face. And then I turned to go. "Wait, that's it?" I glanced back. "Should there be more?" "No, I just thought... Don't you take something in return?" "Oh, Mr. Morgan, I already have." And before he could ask what, the shadow took me. The early days of fame, always the sweetest. Like the first few bites of a rich dessert before it turns your stomach. Eli Morgan woke up like a king. His phone was a war zone of notifications. Emails, texts, missed calls, mentions, tags, articles. A viral post dissecting a poem he'd written 3 years prior had exploded overnight. From there, the algorithm gods took over. One thing led to another, and suddenly he was everywhere. The critics called him visionary. And it wasn't just poetry of his, but it was music of his he'd written as well. They called him brilliant, authentic, words humans use when they don't quite understand something but are afraid to admit it. His face was on magazine covers. Clips of his interviews spread like wildfire. Podcasts quoted him. Teenagers argued over his meaning in the comments sections. He didn't just trend. He stuck. Within a month, he'd gone from relative obscurity to a cultural lodestone. The kind of person whose words are carved into the internet like commandments. The type whose face appears in murals and protest signs, on the t-shirts of the ironic and the faithful alike. And oh, he handled it well. At first, he gave humble interviews, refused to take cheap shots, donated to causes, held eye contact, thanked his team. He meant it too. That was the most tragic part. He truly believed he could do it better. Be the one who stayed grounded, the good kind of famous. I must admit, I was impressed. He wasn't perfect, but he was smart. Sharp, aware of the traps, and for a while he danced around them with grace. No scandals, no outbursts, no collapse. For years he rode that wave like he was born to do it. And I watched. From shadows backstage, from reflections in sunglasses, from the corners of green rooms and the backs of stadium crowds. I watched him climb. I watched him glow. Oh, how immortality has become endlessly boring for me. I must keep myself entertained somehow, shan't I? He never looked for me, not once. Most don't. They're too busy basking in the warmth of what they think is the sun. But I was there. Once I make a deal, I'm always there. I remember thinking, maybe this one will surprise me. Maybe Eli Morgan will actually beat the house. Poor boy. The house never loses. 10 years went by. I let him bask in it for 10 whole years. We were on a rooftop suite overlooking Los Angeles. One of those places that costs more per night than most people make in a year. Glass walls, infinity pool, twinkling skyline. A monument to someone who thinks they've won. Eli was alone, barefoot, sipping something amber and overpriced. He leaned on the railing like he was posing for a portrait, chin up, wind in his hair. His face was a little sharper than before, his eyes a little harder. Fame does that. I stepped out of the shadow behind him and cleared my throat softly. He didn't flinch. That annoyed me a little. "Took you long enough," he said, not turning around. I raised an eyebrow. Were you expecting me?" He smirked. "No, but I'd figured you'd show up eventually. 10 years of living like a god, you had to be watching." I sat beside him and looked out at the city. "You've done well." "I know." He sipped his drink. "You know what the funny part is? I thought I'd regret it. The deal? Thought I'd wake up screaming or bleeding from the eyes. I thought there'd be strings, hidden costs, monkey paw bullshit. And yet..." He turned to face me now, and there it was. That gleam in his eye. The one fame polishes into people like him. Yet it's been perfect. I'm not just famous, I matter. My work matters. I've changed things, moved people, and made the world better. And yet here you are, alone on your rooftop, monologuing to a shadow. Just needed a break from the noise. The noise that you asked for. Part of the job. And it's a damn good job. I mean, come on, this? He gestured to the skyline, the stars, the empire he'd built. This is the dream. No scandals, no breakdowns, no mysterious caveats. I love it. He walked over to the bar and poured himself another drink. He didn't offer me one, of course. So why are you here? Trying to shake me up, waiting for the cracks? No, just checking in. Most people don't last this long. You're a rare breed, Eli. You don't seem happy about that. Oh, I'm always happy. But you strike me as a man who's read too many headlines and believed them all. You think I'm a fraud? No, I think you're a mirror. People see in you what they want to believe is possible. They mistake visibility for virtue, repetition for truth. And what do you see? An expiration date. He laughed too loudly. You're so full of it. You show up after 10 years just to throw shade? I thought you'd at least be clever. I leaned in slightly. And I thought you'd be more grateful. You asked to be remembered. You didn't say how or for what, or for how long before it became unbearable. He went quiet then, just a flicker. The first crack barely noticeable. I can handle it. For now. We stood in silence for a moment. Can I tell you something, Eli? Go ahead, you're clearly dying to. I've met kings and killers, prophets and psychopaths. You know what they all had in common? He didn't answer. They all thought they were in control. They all thought the story was theirs. That they were the one writing it. And they weren't? I turned my head and met his gaze. They never are. Another silence. Longer this time. And with that I made my departure swiftly. Only the soft sound of my laughter remained, curling in the night air like smoke. Fame doesn't rot from the outside. It decays from within. It wasn't one moment. That's what people always get wrong. They think there's a snap, a single headline, a tweet that brings it all crashing down. But no. With Eli, it began quietly. A hesitation here, a forced smile there. The first sign? He stopped responding to fans. No more late-night live streams, no more surprise messages of encouragement. He was tired, he said. Burnout, understandable. They forgave him. Then came the interviews. Shorter, colder, clipped with defensiveness. He contradicted himself, lashed out at a podcast host who pressed too hard, accused a journalist of twisting his words. Still they clapped, still they adored him. But I could feel the shift. Fame doesn't just give. It expects. It demands. And when you stop feeding it, it turns. The fan base splintered. Some defended him. He's overwhelmed. Others turned. He's changed. And the worst ones? The ones who loved him most became angry that their God had grown distant. The paranoia crept in. I saw it in his eyes when he thought no one was looking. That flicker, that doubt. He stopped going out without security. He stopped going out at all. Then came the break-in. A fan, obsessed, delusional, certain that they were meant to be together, made it into his home. Eli wasn't hurt, but something broke inside him that night. He moved. Vanished from the public for weeks. When he reappeared, he was thinner, louder, and harder. He accused the media of betraying him. Sued an ex-employee for leaking emails that never existed. Claimed a late-night host mocked him unfairly. The segment was gentle, honestly, but Eli saw betrayal in every laugh. The internet turned. Memes cropped up. Old clips were recontextualized. Think pieces titled, "Was Eli Morgan always this weird?" started trending. Documentaries were rushed into production, but now they came with sinister music under the voiceovers. He was unraveling in real time, and the final thread was so heartbreakingly simple. He went to a fan event unannounced, and just showed up. No security. Said he wanted to reconnect. Instead, he got swarmed, screamed at, groped, and cornered. Someone pushed him, and he panicked. A bottle was thrown. Eli grabbed a camera operator's boom mic and swung. One man, an assistant producer, fell, cracked his skull on the pavement. Dead on impact. Eli stood over him, mic in hand, blood on his face, surrounded by hundreds of recording phones. It was quiet for 2 seconds. Then the screaming started. Oh, and the trial for him was a circus, of course it was. They dragged him in wearing designer cuffs and an expression so carefully blank it looked sculpted. His team, what was left of them, issued prepared statements, begged for empathy, blamed stress, trauma, and the pressures of celebrity. No one cared. The footage was clear. The headlines were better. Eli Morgan kills devoted fan in brutal rage. Even though it was a cameraman. It wasn't accurate, but it was true enough. The prosecution didn't need to work hard. They painted him as a narcissist and a cult leader without a cause. Said he courted worship like oxygen, and when he didn't get it, he snapped. Oh, and the public ate it up. Every post, every tweet, every quote he'd ever given was dissected and twisted. The same words that once made him beloved were now used to prove how dangerous he was. Fan theories turned into courtroom arguments. Parody accounts became sources. Law professors gave TED Talks titled The Eli Morgan Effect. He became a cautionary tale before the verdict was even read. And when it was, guilty, of course. Not just of manslaughter, of moral failure, of cultural betrayal, of letting them believe in something. He was sentenced to 25 years, but truly they just wanted him gone. And yet he didn't disappear. No, that was the most exquisite part. His name lived on, and textbooks included his rise and fall in media studies. Documentaries turned out in high def. His face, stylized and hollow-eyed, became a stencil on alley walls next to slogans like, "Don't be an Eli." It was legacy, all right. It was exactly what he asked for. To be remembered, and remembered he was. But not as a hero, as a warning. And in a cell far from the city skyline, thick behind glass and concrete silence, Eli Morgan watched himself become legend. Not the kind with parades. The kind with PSAs. He didn't scream, he didn't speak, he just sat, breathing and watching. And I waited. Not to gloat. Not yet. That comes next. It was the kind of silence that sinks. No guards moved, no radios crackled. The hall outside his cell stretched long and empty, lit by flickering strips of tired fluorescence. Time didn't pass here, it just settled. Eli Morgan sat hunched in the corner of his cot, still breathing though just barely, His eyes were open but unfocused, staring at something that wasn't there. Or maybe something that wouldn't leave. He wouldn't speak anymore. Hadn't for months. Maybe years. But I was there. I stood just beyond the frame of his vision, in the place where shadows gather where no one's watching. No cane tonight. No coat. Just presence. The idea of me bleeding into the edges of the room. I watched him. Watched the twitch of a finger. The hollow motion of a jaw clenched too long. The way his body curled in on itself, like it was trying to disappear. The world still spoke his name, students still debated him, journalists still speculated. A new play had just opened in London. Morgan, a minimalist 2-act tragedy in grayscale. He was eternal now, and he knew it. His fingers trembled, his breathing quickened just slightly as if he sensed something. A shift in the air, a prickle on the back of his neck, the faint, impossible pressure of eyes where no eyes should be. Then, just once, he flinched. Not a sound, but at the space between sounds. At the moment just after silence where something else has crept in. It started softly. A laugh. Not loud, not close, not human. Just there. A curl of sound on the edge of perception. Something felt more than heard, like a memory of laughter. The kind that lives in dark corners of old rooms, the kind that lingers behind your teeth when you've just won something no one else knows you were playing for. Oh, how I revel in my laugh. Eli shuddered. He didn't look up, and didn't need to. He knew. And I stayed in the dark, laughing where I belong. Where I wait. Where I watch. Waiting for the next name that is already beginning to whisper itself into the walls and call me for another deal. I dwell in places most do not see, not because they are hidden, but because they are ignored. The cracks between street lamps, the cold breath of a stalled elevator, the second before a scream. These are my thresholds. My kingdom is not forged of gold or steel, but of absence. A realm of glances never met, of rooms no one truly lives in, of silence that says far more than sound ever could. You might imagine it as darkness, but that would be inaccurate. Darkness implies something temporary, something that lifts with the dawn. No, where I reside, light has simply never been invited, and that suits me fine. I am the Dealmaker. That is what I'm called, though I no longer remember who first gave me the name. I've worn it long enough that it fits as well as any skin ever could. I conduct no ceremonies, I hold no titles, but I have rules, and I obey them with the kind of reverence men once had for gods and graves. I keep my word. Always. Exactly. No more, no less. There is a pleasure in precision, in the crisp, mechanical beauty of giving someone exactly what they ask for, and watching them realize, too late, that what they meant was something else entirely. But I digress. You want a story. Very well. Let me tell you of a man named Eli Morgan. Ah, you've heard of him. Most have. He asked to be remembered. Not for a season, not for a decade, but forever. And what a memory he became. They still speak his name even now, though not with reverence, with fear, with disgust, with fascination. The history, you see, does not concern itself with moral clarity, only with repetition. Eli was satisfying. A long game with a flavor that lingered. The kind of man who believed his conviction would spare him. It never does. Conviction is a mask, and I always wait for it to slip. But there are other hungers than legacy. Humans, for all their attempts at self-sufficiency, are not made to be alone. Strip away the noise, the distractions, the digital simulation of presence, and you will find a creature desperate to be seen, to be known, to be touched, even if only for a moment. Some chase fame for this, others religion. Some turn to love, and others to strangers in the dark. And sometimes in that dark, they find me. Let me tell you of another story, one of my more delicate arrangements. This is the tale of David Wren, a man who lost everything that tethered him to the world, and who, in his grief, made a simple, devastating request. I don't want to be alone anymore. I catch my word. Of course I did. There are many things that will unravel a human being. Starvation, shame, loss. But of all the torments I have witnessed, and I have witnessed far more than most, none work more slowly, more completely, than solitude. You see, humans are born towards others. Their very construction is a scream for connection, wailing, helpless, demanding to be held before even they understand what holding is. From breath one, they are reaching. Even in silence they speak. A glance, a flinch, the turn of a shoulder, a door left ajar or slammed shut. They're never not speaking, even when words fail them. I find that fascinating. Empires have risen and collapsed in the span of my observations. I've watched blood kingdoms burn and neon ones flicker out. And across all of them, from the tribal fires to the glass towers and blue-lit screens, one thing remains true. No one likes to be alone. They'll lie about it. Some even convince themselves. They'll say solitude is noble, peaceful, a sign of strength. But I've watched them in their quiet rooms, in their empty apartments, in their long walks home. I've heard the whisper in their chest they pretend not to feel. The ache that grows heavier each year. That dread of not dying, but of dying unseen. Oh, yes. Even the strong want someone to see them fall. Which brings me to David. He wasn't important, not in the way people think importance should be measured. No awards, no headlines, just a man. One among billions. A worn face, a quiet demeanor. The kind of person people describe as nice only because they can't remember anything else. But I saw him. David Wren, mid-40s, once a husband, once a father. Now, nothing. He had a life once. Not glamorous, but full. A wife, Anna, who made him laugh with just a look. A daughter, Maddie, who used to press stickers all over his briefcase before he went to work. He didn't deserve them, not in the sense of achievement, but they chose him, and that was enough. That was everything. Then came the accident. One of those stupid, brutal, absurd moments that mean nothing but ruin everything. An oncoming truck. A driver checking his phone. Flash of metal. Glass. Silence. They were gone, both of them. And David remained. For years he functioned, showed up to work, responded when spoken to, ate, showered, paid taxes. But he wasn't alive. He was a clock with a heartbeat. People stopped calling, friends faded. Not out of cruelty, just the inertia of living. They assumed he was managing, that he wanted space, that he was healing. He wasn't. He sat alone each night, at dinner in front of the TV he never turned on. He spoke aloud to no one, just to feel the shape of sound. Holidays became unbearable, weekends worse, and through it all, the weight of no one noticing built like dust in a room that's been sealed too long. I watched him closely, not always, but enough. Enough to see the long spiral down, the way he'd pause before opening the door to his apartment, as if hoping there would be a sound inside, the way he lingered in grocery store aisles just to be near the voices. And then one night he cracked. He was sitting in a booth at a faded diner on the edge of the city. One of those places that looks the same in every decade. Linoleum floors, buzzing neon signs, a jukebox nobody touched anymore. He went there often. It was open late, and no one asked questions if he ordered coffee and stared at your reflection for 2 hours. That night, something in him broke loose. He opened his phone and searched, clumsily, drunkenly, for something absurd. Something he half remembered from a conspiracy podcast, or a whispered story from a message board. Something called the Dealmaker. I've never been sure where they first started speaking of me. It doesn't matter. Stories have a way of surfacing when I want them to. He found one of the usual sources. The ritual, it said. A guide. Summon the Dealmaker in 3 steps. Light a black candle. Speak your name backwards. Offer a coin from the year of your birth. Nonsense, of course. But charming. I've said this before, but it bears repeating. The ritual is not real. Not truly. There is no sacred geometry. No blood sigils, no correct time of night. The only thing that matters is intent. Desire. Undiluted. That's the beacon. If you call me, not casually, not jokingly, but from the bottom of whatever cracked part of your soul still aches, I will hear it. David Wren didn't know that. But in the booth, under jaundiced lights and the soft hum of a tired waitress wiping down a counter, he whispered, I don't want to be alone anymore. And I heard him. He lit nothing, offered no coins. He simply pressed his palms together, elbows on the table, head bowed like a man in church. He said it again. I can't be alone anymore. The words trembled, not loud, but true. And in that instant, the booth across from him was no longer empty. He didn't look up at first. Didn't have to. The presence was undeniable, like heat from a fire you haven't lit, like static before the storm. He raised his head slowly and saw me there. Tailcoat, cufflinks, top hat, smile. Everything just so. He blinked and he rubbed his eyes. I gave him a polite nod. Ah, David. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. David stared at me like a man waking from a dream he wasn't sure he wanted to end. His eyes weren't afraid, not really. Just tired. The kind of tired that goes beyond body and into bone. He looked at me the way a man looks at the last page of a book he knows won't end well, but keeps reading anyway. Who are you? He asked. His voice was rough. like it hadn't been used for anything meaningful in weeks. I smiled. You know who I am. I didn't think this would work. Yes, well, they never do, I said, gently adjusting my gloves. But it did, and here we are. His eyes darted around the diner, but no one noticed us. Of course not. The waitress behind the counter was frozen mid-wipe, her hand hovering just above the countertop. A couple 2 booths away had their faces turned, locked in a loop of stillness. Time, you see, is terribly easy to persuade, when you know how. It's not a dream, I offered before he could ask. I wasn't going to. But you were wondering. He closed his mouth, nodding faintly. I suppose this is the part where I have to say what I want? No, I said gently. That part has already passed. You said it twice, in fact, and you meant it both times. Right. I studied him, the hollowness in his cheeks, the crumpled sleeves of his jacket, and the faded mark where a wedding ring once lived. He was a man who had poured everything out of himself and still woke up dry. You don't want to be alone. Not anymore. No. You want someone to notice when you walk in a room. Someone to say your name, to listen, to stay. His eyes began to water. He looked away. You want presence, company, connection. Not once in a while, not briefly. Always. Yes, he said, barely audible. Always, I repeated. He nodded again, this time more firmly. You understand, I said, tone softening. This is not a temporary solution. It won't fade, it won't pass. You said never, and I take such words seriously. I meant it. Whatever the cost, I can't keep doing this. The silence, the emptiness, I'm not built for it. No one is. They just pretend better than you. So what? What now? Do I have to sign something and give you my blood? My soul? I chuckled, not mockingly. I do appreciate the classics. No need. Your will was enough. The deal is made. Just like that? I nodded. When you wake, you will never be alone again. David looked at me like he wanted to believe, but didn't dare. And what do you get out of this? Oh, I always get something, but that's not your concern. He hesitated, then asked, Will I be happy? A pause. I looked at him with the kind of warmth that can be mistaken for kindness, if you're desperate enough. You won't be alone. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling slightly. When he looked up again, I was gone. The booth across from him was empty. But for a moment, just a flicker, he could still smell smoke and old velvet. He could still feel the weight of eyes that had seen too much, and a presence that had never once broken a promise. Some wishes rot from the start. You can smell it. There's a scent to false desire. Bitter, grasping, frantic. But David's wish, it was clean, honest. Not pure, no, but raw in a way I find it deeply satisfying. He didn't want power. He didn't want immortality or adoration. He simply wanted someone. And he got everyone. It began, as these things often do, with something small. The waitress at the diner, Cora, paused at David's booth the morning after our meeting. She topped off his coffee and asked how he was doing. He blinked up at her, surprised. She'd never said more than a hi before. "I'm fine," he said. She smiled. "You look like you could use some company. Mind if I sit for a minute?" David looked stunned, then nodded. And just like that, she slid into the opposite seat, chatting about the weather, the weird regulars, her dreams of moving west. She didn't even seem to notice a line of customers building at the counter. When she finally got up to leave, she touched his hand gently. "Come back tomorrow. It's nice talking to you." And just like that, he smiled. A real smile. It looked rusty on his face, like a door that hadn't been opened in years. I watched from the glass reflection above the counter. He felt seen. Over the next few days, it accelerated. At work, people who hadn't spoken to David in months suddenly dropped by his desk. They asked if he wanted to join for lunch, invited him to after-work drinks, asked his opinion on things. His. At first, he was awkward, guarded. He'd learned, after the loss, to keep a certain distance from the world. People left. They always left. But these people stayed. His inbox filled with messages. "You free for coffee? Let's catch up. You've been on my mind." He started responding. One night, a neighbor knocked on his door. Young guy, mid-20s. Smelled like weed and desperation. "Sorry, man, this is weird, but I don't know. You just seem like someone I can talk to." I do? "Yeah, like you've been through some shit. You get it." David stepped aside and let him in. They talked for hours. The next day, another neighbor dropped off muffins. Said she felt like he needed something sweet. He laughed and took them and ate all 6. His home wasn't silent anymore. From my place in the shadows, I watched him begin to glow. He bought new clothes, started shaving again, even changed his curtains. He began to hum to himself. He took walks in the park and stayed out longer than he used to. People waved at him, stopped him to talk. A woman at the pharmacy said he had a comforting voice. A barista remembered his name after one visit and started writing encouraging notes on his cup. He didn't understand it, how this sudden web of attention had wrapped around him so quickly, but he didn't question it. Not yet. He was too busy basking in it. That's how it works, you see. People imagine the trap as some violent thing, sharp and immediate. But no. The best traps are warm, inviting. They feel like safety, like comfort, like home. Until they don't. There was a dinner party about 3 weeks in. That was the moment I knew he'd stepped fully inside the circle. He didn't throw it, of course. Someone else did. But somehow David was at the center of it. A dozen people, some of whom barely knew each other, all drawn together by him. They toasted to him, told stories about how much he'd helped them, how his kindness had meant something, how just being around him made things easier. He nearly cried right there at the table. When they asked for a speech, he gave one. Awkward, heartfelt, and trembling at the edges. "I didn't think people like you still existed, or that I'd ever find them again." Everyone applauded. He was full. Not just fed, but filled. Surrounded by warmth. The sound of laughter, the glow of presence. He went home that night and stood in the middle of his apartment staring at nothing. He said aloud to the air, "Thank you." I heard it. Of course I did. The trap was well in place by then, and slowly, so slowly, the teeth began to press in. He didn't notice it at first. How the conversation started running long, how people lingered too much, how friends began texting at strange hours asking where he was, what he was doing, who he was with. "You've got such a calm vibe, I just feel better around you," they'd say. Then there were the unannounced visits. A co-worker stopped by with takeout every night for a week and said she just felt like he needed company. Another neighbor started showing up with laundry to fold together like old friends. Even at the diner, Cora began sitting with him before taking his order, then staying longer than she should. He laughed it off at first, called it a good problem to have. But I could see it. The edge of his patience fraying, the weight of it beginning to bear down. Not hostility, not fear, just exhaustion. He had asked for connection and for company, and now it never left. I stood in the mirror once, watching him brush his teeth. He didn't notice me, of course not yet. But his shoulders were beginning to droop again. Not like before, when they'd hung with grief. Now they sagged with something heavier, something constant. I smiled. The warmth he had begged for was no longer light. It was heat, pressure, noise. And he was only beginning to feel how hard it is to breathe when someone else is filling the air. There is a threshold between intimacy and intrusion. Most people never notice when they cross it, until they're already too far in, until a kind word becomes a cloying one, until company begins to feel like supervision, until presence becomes pressure. David Wren had crossed that line. He just hadn't realized it yet. I did, of course, but I wasn't about to tell him. It began with the texts. At first it was sweet. Messages from friends. "How are you today? Just thinking of you." Then it was morning check-ins, the lunchtime memes. Then evening, "I just wanted to hear your voice" kind of calls. And when he didn't respond fast enough, they followed up. "You okay? Everything all right? You're not mad at me, are you?" Every pause became suspicious. Every breath away from a screen and a fence. He started waking up to 50 unread messages a day. Then came more drop-ins. Cora stopped asking before she visited. Who knows how she got his address? She'd show up with leftovers, stories, tears. One night she cried on his couch for 3 hours about a man she barely knew, then asked if she could crash on his floor. A former coworker began showing up. Said he just felt better with David around. "You don't have to talk, just be here." People brought their problems to David like cats dragging dead birds to the doorstep. A breakup, a panic attack, a lost job. "You're just so grounding," they'd say. At first, David nodded, smiled, and listened. Then he started losing sleep. He tried taking walks to clear his head. Just 30 minutes of air, of quiet. But people followed. "Hey, I saw you leave. Mind if I join? I was just heading this way too." "You don't need to be alone, man. We've got you." At the park, strangers sat beside him on benches. Not just once, every time. They'd struck up conversation like they knew him. They didn't, of course, but they acted like they did. One woman leaned in close and whispered, "You're the kind of person people gravitate toward. It's beautiful." He smiled politely, but inside something recoiled. He stopped going to the park. At home, things got worse. Someone left cookies at his door with no note. Someone else left a framed photo of the two of them. Only David couldn't remember who she was. Once, late at night, he saw a figure outside his window just standing there. When he opened the blinds, the man waved. Not threateningly, just watching. David didn't sleep that night. He started lying to people. "I've got plans. I'm out of town. I'm not feeling well." It didn't help. They came anyway. Once a woman told him she dreamed he needed her. Another said she had a feeling he was sad. A man claimed he was just happening to be in the neighborhood, even though David had moved weeks ago. They always found him. Even at work, he couldn't get space. His office door, once closed without question, was now seen as an invitation to knock constantly. The shift in his posture was subtle, but I saw it. His shoulders crept inward again. His hands began twitching. He spoke less and smiled less. The circles under his eyes returned, deeper than before. He wasn't grieving anymore, he was drowning. One evening he went to a movie theater across town, alone in disguise. Hood up, no phone, paid in cash. He needed 2 hours without anyone. He sat in the back row and the theater was nearly empty. But halfway through the film, someone sat directly beside him. Not in the row, not in the same section. Right next to him. The man didn't speak, just sat, breathing evenly, staring ahead. David didn't move. He couldn't. After the credits rolled, the man turned to him and said, "I just knew you wouldn't want to be alone tonight." David walked home in the rain. When he got back to his apartment, there were 6 people waiting inside. Friends, neighbors, a coworker. They'd used the spare key he didn't remember giving out. "Surprise game night!" one of them shouted. David didn't speak. He stood in the doorway, dripping rainwater onto the tile, staring at their smiling faces. He said nothing. He didn't scream, but I could feel it. Something cracking, something important. And I watched. I was in the mirror behind the television, in the shadow under the kitchen table, in the space between David's heartbeat and his breath. He'd never asked to be alone again, and he wasn't. Not for a moment. And the beauty of it was only just the beginning. It took David 2 more weeks to break. He tried to hold it together, smiled when people showed up, answered messages with forced enthusiasm, even agreed to dinner invitations he didn't want. But the silence inside him was gone, and the noise never stopped. It was the constant proximity, the closeness, the sense that the world had no corners left unfilled. He left one morning without telling anyone. No phone, no note. He emptied out his wallet, took only cash, boarded a night bus heading north, some town with a name he couldn't pronounce, hours away from anyone who knew. And yet, 5 hours into the ride, the man next to him turned and said, "I just had this weird feeling like someone needed company." David didn't speak. At the next rest stop, he waited until no one was looking and slipped off the bus, walked 2 miles down the hallway in the dark, hitched a ride with a trucker who didn't ask questions. He got off in a nowhere town, bought a burner phone and turned it off, found a motel that took cash and didn't care what name he gave. For the first time in weeks, he breathed. The motel was cheap, wood-paneled, musty, humming with some unseen bug, but it was quiet. Blessedly, painfully quiet. He sat on the bed and wept. He fell asleep with the television off and woke to a knock on the door. "Housekeeping, just checking on you." He froze. Another knock. "You okay in there? Just don't want you to be alone for too long." He didn't answer and didn't move. After a long minute, the footsteps retreated. He waited and counted to 100, then gathered his things and climbed out the bathroom window. Over the next few days, he wandered from town to town. A diner here, a library there. Always hiding. Always pretending to be someone else. But it didn't matter because they always found him. Not the same people, never exactly that, but someone. A woman sitting across from him at a bus stop knitting suddenly said, "You look like someone who could use a friend." A gas station clerk said, "I don't know why, but I just can't let you leave without checking in on you." A child handing him a drawing with the words, "Don't be lonely." David stopped sleeping. He tried once, just once, to scream at them, to demand space. The woman he snapped at? She cried, apologized, said she didn't mean to intrude, said she just wanted to show him he mattered. Then she sat quietly beside him for 5 straight hours, saying nothing, breathing next to him and watching. He checked into a cabin in the woods. Remote, unlisted, no power, no signal. On the 3rd night, he heard voices in the trees. Not threatening, not violent, just calling his name over and over again, soft and patient. Smiling. And somewhere in the shadows beneath the floorboards, I smiled with him. David didn't return from the woods. Not really. He came back into society, yes. Staggered into a gas station on the edge of civilization after 4 days without food, his face gaunt, clothes torn from brush, eyes wide and glassy like a man who'd seen something he couldn't explain. He didn't speak. He just stood there while the cashier asked him if he was okay, if he needed help, if he'd been in an accident. When the man gently touched his shoulder, David flinched so violently that a shelf of candy bars collapsed behind him. He was still apologizing when the police arrived. He told them he wasn't lost. He told them he just needed to be alone. Over and over. "I need to be alone. Please let me be alone." That was all he said. They took him to the hospital first. Ran tests. No drugs, no alcohol. No sign of trauma beyond dehydration and exhaustion. Then came the psychiatrist. Then came the transfer. The facility was clean, quiet, and state-funded. White walls, soft voices. Smiling staff with badges and clipboards who said things like, "Let's talk and you're safe now." They told him he wasn't in trouble. That he was being watched because they cared. That it was their job to make sure he was never in danger again, not even from himself. And so the final prison clicked into place with the gentlest of hands. David was not locked in a cell. There were no chains, but the attention, oh, the attention was constant. A nurse visited his room every 30 minutes. Lights on, knock at the door. The therapist spoke to him for hours. Asked him about his childhood, his trauma, his grief. They wanted to understand him, dissect him, and fix him. They looked at him like a cracked porcelain doll they were trying to glue back together. With kindness, with pity, with need. Because that's what it was in the end. Need. They needed him to respond, to be open, to be present. Patients gravitated towards him, sat beside him in the lounge, uninvited. One woman followed him from group therapy to lunch to rec time without saying a word. Just walked behind him, humming and smiling, always near. He tried silence. That didn't work. Silence made them more concerned. They said it was a symptom. They logged it, adjusted his meds, scheduled more sessions. When he refused to engage, they didn't get angry. They got worried. They leaned in closer. They brought more people in. They whispered in corners about his progress and how he needed support. Everywhere he turned, someone was there. A hand on his shoulder, a voice in his ear, a smile across the table. He once hid in a supply closet for an hour just to feel air that wasn't shared, just to be still. They found him, of course, they always did. "You don't have to isolate," the nurse said, gently taking his hand. "You don't need to be alone anymore." He didn't respond, but I saw it in his eyes. Something pulling back into the skull, folding in on itself. He stopped trying after that. No more hiding, no more resisting. He sat when told. He walked when asked. He blinked when spoken to. He was compliant, quiet, present. Gone. And all the while, the world buzzed around him. Nurses laughing too hard, patients asking the same questions again and again. A low, humming symphony of people who meant well, who only wanted to help, who couldn't, for the life of them, leave him alone. They called it recovery, but I knew better. David Wren had been healed into nothing. He had been fulfilled, completely, undeniably, and eternally. And not once did I break my word. Years passed. No one marked them, not really. Not even David. Time in the facility didn't follow the rules it did outside. Days didn't begin or end as much as they repeated themselves in slightly rearranged patterns. David sat through it all with a kind of eerie serenity. Not quite peaceful, certainly not content, but resigned. He spoke less, moved less, ate when they told him, nodded when prompted. But the light in him had long since gone out. He had become a fixture, something dependable, something familiar. The nurses liked him. He never lashed out, never caused problems. Some even said he was their favorite. But no one noticed how often his eyes didn't move, how he never looked directly at anyone anymore, how the silence he once begged for had become a cathedral inside him, unreachable and sacred. And then one night, after lights out, after meds, after the hushed conversations of orderlies trailing off into the corridor, something changed. It was the smallest thing, a delay. For once, no one came. The hall outside his room, so often filled with footsteps, was silent. David sat on his bed in his thin cotton uniform, the blanket folded over his knees, just the way they taught him. He didn't move, he didn't speak, but he noticed. Oh, yes, he noticed. No one at the door, no voice on the intercom, no echo of staff down the corridor, just nothing. And then from somewhere beyond the wall, from some corner not marked by any light, came a sound. Not footsteps, not speech. A laugh. Soft, delicate, familiar. It didn't echo, didn't ring, didn't boom. It simply existed, like smoke curling beneath a doorframe. It slipped into the air and wound itself around David's ribs, and he flinched. Not visibly, just a twitch. A breath caught between inhale and exhale. His eyes widened a fraction. He knew that laugh. Oh, he knew that laugh, and he didn't need to see me. He knew I was there. He sat still as it faded. As the hallway outside returned to normal, soft footsteps, murmured voices, the shuffle of charts and routine. The laughter gone, the shadows settled. And yet something in him remained alert. I had visited and he had felt it. That was enough. I left him as I always do, quietly. There's no need for goodbyes, no need for theatrics. That's for the living. For those who still believe endings come with music and meaning. But the truth, the real truth, is that most endings are soft things, barely noticed. A light turned off in the next room, a sound that never comes back. David Wren got what he asked for, every second of it. He was never alone again, not once. Not even in sleep, not even in stillness, and certainly not in the space that should have belonged to his final thought. I upheld my end. I always do. And people often ask, if not aloud, then in the quivering corners of their minds, why? Why grant the wish if the result is ruin? Why twist the gift into a weight too heavy to bear? Well, in the children's fable, why did the scorpion sting the frog? I can't help it. It is in my nature. It's what I do. It is my purpose. But you misunderstand. I do not twist. I do not ruin. I fulfill, to the letter, to the breath, to the final syllable of your most desperate want. It is not my fault that you ask without understanding what it is you're asking for. Loneliness is cruel, yes, but connection, unrelenting, inescapable, and total, can be far worse. You crave to be seen, but few ever ask what it means to be truly visible. Few consider what it costs to be known. David never did. And so his story ends like all the best ones do, not with fire, not with blood, but with silence. Surrounded by voices. As I return to my place between moments, my realm of near light and never quite dark, I feel it already. A flicker, a tremor, another voice raw with need. Another summoning. Careless or sincere, it does not matter. Intent is the key. And somewhere, someone is calling out for something. I'll answer soon. But for now, I wait. They never ask for what they really want. Oh, they think they do. They come to me with trembling voices, with eyes heavy from staring too long into a life that didn't deliver what they thought it would. They come broken or bored or burning with hunger they can't name, and they make their wish. Always so certain, always so desperate. But the truth is, what they ask for is never the thing itself. It's the echo of a feeling they once had, or a fantasy of something they think will fix the emptiness they're too proud to name. They say things like, "I want to be remembered," when what they mean is, "I want to matter." They say, "I want love," when what they really mean is, "I want to be needed." They say, "I want truth," when they mean, "I want to win." And sometimes, like with the case of Mark Rowley, they say something truly foolish. "I just want to know what would have happened if I'd chosen differently." That particular kind of curiosity, nostalgic, romantic, laced with guilt and longing, is one of my favorites. There's a specific flavor to it, like old smoke clinging to a coat never worn again. Like a letter never sent, still hidden in the drawer, aging quietly with the paper it haunts. Regret is one of humanity's most loyal companions. It never leaves. It never grows dull. It only changes shape. I've seen civilizations rise from stone to steel to signal, and in every era, people have been haunted by roads they didn't take. The soldier who stayed home, the soldier who did go, the mother who walked away, the prophet who bit his tongue, the boy who never said, "I love you." And they look backward with such tenderness, as if the past owes them something, as if they could reach into it and pull out the version of themselves that didn't fail, didn't compromise, didn't choose what they chose. But they can't. And that's where I come in. I dwell in the space between decisions, in the thin, trembling place just before yes becomes no. My realm is not fire nor ice. It isn't punishment. It isn't salvation. It is a waiting room with no clock, a place of intent made form, of wish made law. You call it shadow. I call it home. And when you summon me, when your longing becomes heavier than your fear, I arrive. Not with fanfare, not with thunder, just a voice, a presence, and a contract as old as will itself. I don't twist the deal. That's the great lie. I fulfill it. Precisely. Perfectly. Mark Rowley asked to know what would happen if he hadn't chosen the life he loved, if he'd followed the music, if he hadn't become a husband and father, but had instead become what he almost was, a star, a voice, a name in lights. He didn't hate his life. That's what made it beautiful. That's what made it ripe. He loved his wife. He loved his daughter. He wasn't greedy, he wasn't bitter, he was simply curious. And I awarded that curiosity. I gave him what he asked for. I let him step onto the other road. Now, let me tell you what happened when he did. They always find a crossroads. Oh, not in the literal sense every time. Sometimes it's a church pew or a hotel balcony or the floor of a nursery where the crib has sat empty too long. More often than not, they find themselves standing where two roads meet. There's something primal about it, a human instinct carved into bone, passed down from ancestors who believed the spaces between were sacred, places where one path becomes two, where you might leave something behind or call something through. Mark Rowley found his crossroads on the edge of a small town highway where the blacktop split into two quiet rural veins. A place with no stoplight, no traffic, and just enough gravel underfoot to remind him how far he was from anything that truly mattered. A crossroads. Asphalt cracked from years of neglect. One road led east towards fields and fences, one west toward the lights of town. The third simply disappeared into forest. No signs, no paint, just dirt and shadow and the sense that it had been waiting for him all along. He stepped out of the truck and walked to the center of the intersection. No flashlight, no phone, just the night, cold and heavy around him. He stood still for a long time, hands in pockets, eyes low. And then he said it. I don't regret the life I've lived. His voice didn't shake. There was no storm in it. Just the steadiness of a man who has finally named the weight he's been carrying. I love my wife. I love my daughter. I've had a good life. He looked up at the clouds. But there's a version of me I never got to meet. A road I never walked, and I think about him sometimes. He turned it slowly in place, taking in each road as if weighing them again for the 1000th time. I just want to see it. That life. Just for a moment. The life I would have lived if I hadn't stayed. If I hadn't quit. If I'd followed the music instead of settling down. I want to know what that life looks like. He hesitated, then spoke the words. Let me live it. Ah, there it was. The invitation. It never needs to be louder than a whisper, never more elaborate than intent made audible. And Mark's intent was as clear as a bell rung in a crypt. I stepped from the shadows as the air thickened, as the silence adjusted to make room for something else. Something that had always been there, just a hair outside of his perception. 1 foot on the gravel, 1 foot on the road, cane swinging gently at my side. Well, that was rather poetic, I said warmly. Mark spun around, startled. Jesus! No, I interrupted, raising a gloved hand. He doesn't do crossroads. Too structured. I, on the other hand, do enjoy a proper intersection. He stared, blinking. Who are you? I tipped my hat. You called, I came. That's not possible. And yet, I said, gesturing around us, here we are. I assure you, reality has always been a bit more flexible than advertised. Mark took a step back, one boot scraping the gravel. So, what are you, some kind of demon? I smiled. A touch dramatic. Think of me instead as a specialist, a broker of outcomes, a facilitator of possibilities. He squinted. The Dealmaker. Ah, you have heard of me, I said, bowing slightly. I thought you were just an internet horror story. All the best ones are, and yet somehow people keep telling them. Curious, don't you think? He hesitated, rubbing his palms together nervously. So what, you're here to tempt me? Ah, no, Mark. Temptation is for those still deciding. You've already made your choice. I'm just here to oblige. His brow furrowed. I didn't choose anything. You asked to live the life you didn't choose. Not just to glimpse it, not just to know it. You said quite clearly, let me live it. And I heard you, and I felt your intent. He looked stricken. I didn't mean permanently. You didn't say temporarily either. And I do take words seriously. You see, I'm very old-fashioned. I believe in precision, in honoring the letter of a man's will. Mark took a slow breath. I just wanted to know what could have been. And Now you will. What happens to my real life? My family? I shrugged. That life remains unchanged. Just not for you. That's not fair. No. But it is just. He stood there, fists clenched, jaw tight. I could see the war behind his eyes. The father and the dreamer locked in one final grapple. Then came the moment. It always comes. A tiny flicker in the soul. I saw it in him. The part of him that wanted this. That had always wanted it. And it shone through. I want to see it, even if it's just once. I reached out a gloved hand and touched 2 fingers to his forehead. Then let it begin. The sky shivered, and Mark Rowley vanished. Not with a bang, not with fire, just with a breath, and the sound of an old song rising faintly from the road behind him. Mark woke to bird song and the faintest echo of applause in his ears. Not real applause, not yet, but some imagined version of it still clapped along the edges of his mind as his eyes adjusted to soft morning light filtering through cheap blinds. He blinked twice, then again, his vision swimming, his head swimming harder. He was lying on a couch, not the one in his living room. This one smelled like cheap beer and stale pizza and time. The walls were familiar, but younger. The scuff marks weren't there yet. The poster above the TV, his old concert flyer, wasn't faded at the edges. The stack of CDs beside the stereo hadn't collected dust. Mark sat up slowly, and the weight of his own body startled him. Not because it was heavier, but because it wasn't. His knees didn't crack. His back didn't ache. His skin didn't stretch tight over time-worn muscle. He looked down and saw forearms that hadn't yet known years of desk work, hands that hadn't yet buried a dog, built a crib, or signed 30 years' worth of insurance forms. He stumbled to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and froze. The man in the mirror was 21 years old. A little stubble, hair longer and messier than he remembered wearing it, a silver hoop in his left ear. He leaned in. The face matched the memory, right down to the tiny scar on his chin from a mic stand collision at a bar in Raleigh. He opened the cabinet. Advil, half a tube of toothpaste, a razor that hadn't dulled, and his toothbrush lay flat on the counter, green and white, just like it had been. What the hell? And somewhere, deep in the folds of his mind, something answered. You asked to live it. He walked back to the apartment in a daze, past his battered acoustic guitar leaning against the kitchen wall. He looked at the calendar on the fridge. It was real. All of it. The same date, the same week, the same moment. Right before he'd gotten the call that would change everything. It had been the beginning of the end back then. A phone call, her voice trembling. Mark, I'm pregnant. He hadn't shouted, hadn't run. He remembered that clearly. He'd sat down at the edge of the bed and said the only thing that felt right. I'm here, we'll figure it out. That moment, that vow, had closed the door. No more touring, no record deal. No chasing gigs up and down the East Coast. Instead, part-time work. A second-hand car. Sleepless nights and slow climbs. And eventually, the love that built a life he would treasure. Until now. Because now he hadn't answered that call. Not yet. Not again. There was a knock on the door around 11 a.m. Eli, his old bandmate, stood in the hall wearing a grin holding 2 coffees. "You're alive! Or did you drown in cheap tequila?" Mark took the coffee wordlessly. He wanted to ask what year it was. Wanted to ask if this was real. But the smell of coffee hit his nose, and something about it, its heat, its bitter edge, was too tangible to be anything but truth. "Big day," Eli said, walking past him into the apartment. "We gotta be at sound check by 5. We're third up in the lineup. If we nail this mark, we're in. For real this time." And just like that, Mark remembered. The showcase. Charlotte. Industry guys from Nashville and New York. It had been their break, or would have been. The same week as the pregnancy. In his original life, Mark had missed the show, called it off, chose responsibility. But now the phone didn't ring. No call, no crisis, no tears on the other end of the line. Just Eli, babbling about sound levels and strings and how they'd open with the newer set list. The one with Low Tide Revival. Mark nodded slowly. He remembered how good they'd been. He remembered the way that one song used to hush a room. Something deep in his chest stirred. Something he hadn't felt in years. A pulse that wasn't about duty. Wasn't about love. It was about fire. The kind that burns before it warms. "Are you good?" Eli asked. "Yeah, just haven't had coffee yet." Eli laughed. "Then drink, man. You've got a record deal to win." The rest of the day unfolded like a reel from someone else's life. But it wasn't someone else's. It was his. Just a version that had been waiting quietly all these years. Like a backup file the universe had never deleted. The venue was grimy but electric. The stage smaller than he remembered, but more alive. He touched his guitar and felt the years peel away. His voice was stronger than he expected. Lungs open, hands steady. They played. They killed. He felt it from the crowd. That click. That silence between verses where the air itself listens. He saw a man in the back nodding slowly. The kind of nod that comes with contracts. Afterward, beer in hand, backstage, Eli was nearly crying from joy. "They loved us. You felt that, right? They loved us," he kept saying. Mark smiled. Not out of arrogance, out of something deeper. A kind of joy that felt like stolen light. He didn't think about the porch light at home. Didn't think about the cracked tile or the daughter whose name his mouth hadn't spoken since waking. It was easy in that moment not to remember. Fame suits some men like a crown. With others, it drapes over them like a burial shroud. Mark Rowley wore it the way most do at first, with wonder. Like a man trying on a suit he never believed he could afford. He ran his fingers across the seams, dazzled by the shine, oblivious to how tight it would become around his throat. I watched from the wings, from the camera flashes, from the silence just before the encore. My place is always just outside the spotlight, close enough to feel the heat, but not so near as to cast a shadow. That's the trick, really. You never see me in the story until the end. And by then, it's far too late. His rise was fast. Fame often is these days. People confuse velocity with destiny. They don't realize how little resistance the world offers to someone who finds it entertaining. The industry latched onto him like it had just rediscovered sincerity. "Mark Rowley has the voice of a man who's already lived," one critic wrote. Another, He sings like someone who's loved hard, lost harder, and somehow came through brighter. How right they were. He poured it all into the songs. The warmth, the ache, the tenderness he didn't even realize that had followed him from the other life. Echoes of lullabies once sung to a daughter whose name he had started to forget. I could see it in his eyes, even when he smiled. That ghost, a faint pull in his chest, nothing he could name, just a tiny dissonance beneath every note he played. But in the beginning, he didn't question it. Why would he? The girls adored him, not just for his looks, though those helped. His younger self had been sharper, less softened by time, but for how present he seemed, or that's what everyone said. Mark Rowley looked you in the eyes when he sang, made you believe you mattered, even in a crowd of 10,000. He didn't know it yet, but that was the residue of another life still clinging to him. A life where he had mattered, intimately, daily, where he wasn't adored by strangers but known by a handful of people who would have crawled through fire for him. But this version of Mark was adored by millions. He played to sold-out halls, did interviews on late-night shows, won awards and forgot where he put them, wrote songs that made couples cry and critics sigh and executives smile. And he smiled too, at first. There's a particular type of smile I've come to recognize over the centuries. The kind that's built, not born. The kind you learn to wear because you've forgotten what your real one felt like. Mark's took longer to appear than most, but it came. They all do. The turning point was small, as they always are. A fan brought him a drawing backstage after a show in Seattle. A sketch of him holding a baby girl. It wasn't a reference to a song. Just something the fan felt, she said. Something that came to her when she listened to his voice. Mark laughed it off, and took a photo and signed her notebook. But that night, he stared at the drawing longer than he meant to, traced the shape of the girl's face with his eyes. Something about it hollowed him. He drank more after that, just a bit. Enough to soften the edge that had started to creep in. Enough to dull the question that began rising at the back of his throat. I watched him at a rooftop party in LA, staring out over the lights, half listening to a model tell him how his voice made her believe in soulmates. He nodded politely, sipped his drink, but his eyes were looking somewhere else. When else. That's how the past comes back, you know. Not in dreams, but in the silences, in the seconds between applause, in the way a name you've forgotten still sings when someone else says it. He started writing again, not songs for radio, but quieter things, unfinished lyrics scribbled on hotel stationery. Phrases like, "Your eyes weren't famous before they knew me. I remember something that never happened. And the song I don't remember writing still plays in my head." But they never made it to the studio. By year 3, the awards started to matter less. The crowds got bigger but felt further away. He dated women who mirrored each other. Faces changing, but eyes always hungry. He smiled in photographs, he laughed on cue. But I could see the ache growing in him. He was successful, he was admired. He had become the man he'd always dreamed of being. And still something in him mourned. He didn't know why, but I did. Because Mark Rowley had made his choice. He asked to live the life he didn't choose. And that's exactly what he was doing. To the letter. To the end. I watch from the alley across the street, leaning on my cane, a shadow draped in midnight silk. Mark tried to hide the regret. Hide it in tour schedules, press appearance, collaborations, and after-parties. The first real crack appeared on a Tuesday morning in June during a radio interview. The host, a chipper young man with perfectly disheveled hair, asked a routine question. "So, what drives your writing, Mark? What do you pull from?" And Mark, who had answered that question 100 times before with the ease of a practiced script, paused. He opened his mouth, then closed it. For a full 3 seconds, an eternity on air, he sat there blinking. "I don't know. Sometimes it feels like I'm writing to someone who isn't there anymore." The host chuckled. "Ex-girlfriend?" "No," Mark said, then softer, almost to himself. "Someone I never met." Later that night, alone in a hotel room he couldn't remember the name of, he pulled out his notebook and scribbled one line over and over until he ran out of page. Her name. What was her name? Memory is not so easily scrubbed. You can carve a man's path into new stone. You can press the present into him like fresh heat. But if a life once lived, truly lived, it leaves fingerprints. It whispers from the corners. And Mark, despite everything, had been a good man once. A man who had made hard choices for the right reasons. The kind of man that doesn't forget. Not completely. It started with a smell. A trace of lavender on a woman who passed him in a corridor. He stopped walking and turned. The hallway was empty. Then a dream. A house he didn't recognize, but he knew. A kitchen with cracked tile. A light left on over a stairwell. Laughter, light, high and warm. A girl's voice. He woke with a name on his lips, but it faded before he could write it down. On stage in Atlanta, mid-song, he looked into the crowd and saw her. Not clearly and not for long, just for a flicker. A young girl front row staring at him not with adoration but recognition. She mouthed something to him, something he didn't catch. He stepped back from the mic and missed the cue. The band stumbled, the song lost its footing. And for the first time in his career, Mark Rowley forgot the words. After the show, he didn't speak to anyone. Locked the dressing room door, poured a drink, stared into the mirror, and the sweat still drying on his skin. He looked like himself, but inside, something inside him was still screaming. A week later, he went looking. No trace of her. No kid, no partner, no past. He called Eli, now his manager. "Do you remember a girl named Sarah from back in Raleigh?" Eli hesitated. "You mean the one you dated for like a minute? You ghosted her, man. Left her for the tour." "No, we were serious." "Nah, man, you've been solo since I've known you. Too married to the music. You didn't stay with her for long." Mark hung up the phone. He sat on the hotel bed for an hour, staring at the carpet, chewing the inside of his cheek. Finally, he whispered, "I chose this." And I, watching from the shadows, from the darkness behind a lampshade, from the silence between heartbeats, whispered back, "Yes." He asked to live the other life. Not to peek at it, not to dream it, but to live it. And I had simply granted the wish. Perfectly and permanently. They always come back. Maybe not quite all of them, no. Some die quietly, broken and bewildered. never fully understanding what it was they truly asked for. Some drink themselves into numbness. Some make peace with the wreckage and convince themselves they'd have ruined things either way. But there are always a few who come crawling back to the place it started. Back to the crossroads, literal or metaphorical. And oh, how I do love a crossroads! This one wasn't the same place where Mark had first summoned me, but it didn't matter. Any place where roads converge and desperation festers will do. This one nestled in a forgotten corner of California, where the pines whisper and no cell signal dares to tread. A little gravel vein cutting through asphalt veins. No different than the scars you find behind most people's smiles. He parked his sleek black car, earned with chart toppers and Grammy speeches, and stepped out like a man climbing onto a funeral pyre. His shoulders slouched, not from age, but from the slow pressure of truth setting in. Fame looked good on him, at first. It always does, but now it wore him and hollowed him out. He stood in the center of the road. Midnight, of course. He looked up at the stars like a boy begging the sky to answer for a broken toy. "I want to speak to you," he called out. That's not how it works, of course, but I let him have it. "I know you're listening. I know you're there." So full of certainty now. Fascinating. So sure of my existence now that his world had soured. "You gave me what I asked for. Fine. But I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know it would erase everything. Her, my daughter, whose face I can't remember. The life I lived, the life I loved. I want it back." Ah, there it is. The soft, inevitable cry of every mortal who believes consequences are negotiable. That's when I stepped into the scene, as I always do, unrushed and unannounced. "You know," I said, brushing a speck of lint from my otherwise immaculate coat, "I rarely get callbacks." He turned, startled. Not frightened anymore, just haunted. Most of them lose the fear by this point. That's always a shame. I do enjoy some good fear. Most people spend the rest of their wish running from the consequence, I continued, strolling casually into view, my cane tapping gently on the gravel. "But not you, I'll give you that. You've got courage, Mark, or foolishness. Sometimes they look the same. You tricked me." "No," I said, smiling softly. "You spoke the words, I listened. You knew what I meant, and I honored what you said." I let the words linger between us like perfume. "That's the difference between you and me, Mark. You deal in feelings. I deal in facts. I don't guess. I don't interpret. I fulfill." I didn't want to lose them." "Oh, but you didn't say that, did you?" I stepped closer, watching the anger war with sorrow in his eyes. "You didn't ask to keep them. You didn't ask to remember them. You said, and I quote, 'Let me live it.'" He flinched just slightly. That's when I knew the knife had touched something soft. He looked away. "I just wanted to know what could have been." "And now you do." I adjusted my gloves casually, like a surgeon preparing for a delicate incision. "You wanted a life you didn't choose and I let you live it. You wanted the road not taken, so I paved it beneath your feet. I didn't want this. I circled him as the stars watched in their cold indifference. Oh, but you did. You craved this. You don't remember how it felt that night, how sharp the longing was. It's easy to lie to yourself after the fact. Regret is always loudest at the end of a bad story. But I was there at the beginning. I heard the music behind your eyes when you made your wish. You knew I'd suffer. I suspected, but suffering is never my intent. Suffering is the price of awareness. I give people exactly what they ask for, and if it hurts, it's only because the truth often does. Why do you do this? Finally, the real question. I stopped circling and met his eyes. Because your kind never understands what you already have. You are a species addicted to elsewhere. You chase futures, romanticize past, and sabotage the present with your endless what-ifs. I give you one thing the universe never does. What? Closure. He stared, silent. I stepped closer. You are the one who asked for the other life, and now you know it. You tasted it, lived it, and still you yearn for the one you gave up? That's not my cruelty, Mark. That's your nature. Please give me a way back. I tilted my head. You think I'm a god. I'm not. Please. No. Why? Because the rule is what makes the deal sacred. You think pain makes a wish invalid. You think regret entitles you to a refund. No, Mark. You knew the cost, you just didn't ask the price. Here's the truth no one dares say out loud. You could still be happy. Here in this version. You could marry again, start over. Find something new and different. Not what you lost, but something real. But you won't. Why? Because, again, it's your nature. You've tasted meaning, and anything less tastes like ash. Do you feel anything? I turned, and for the first time I let him see it. Just a glimpse. A flicker behind my smile. A shadow that didn't move with the wind. I feel everything, Mark. Every time. That's what makes me better than you. I adjusted my hat, stepped into the dark, and was gone. Just like that. Leaving only silence and starlight, and a man kneeling at the intersection of what he wanted and what he lost. And from the shadows, he heard my laugh. let me tell you something about shadows. They are older than fire, quieter than bone, more patient than the stars. You can learn a great deal from them, if you know how to listen. Most don't, of course. They rush through life, noisy and bright, terrified of what darkness might stay back. But me, I live in the places you look away from. And in those places, I watch you. I have a room, you see. A little realm tucked between seconds, pressed flat between the folds of light and time. There is no door, no threshold. No living soul has ever entered it, though many have felt it at their back. It's not a throne room, though I sit at its center. It's not a prison, though no one ever leaves. It is everything and nothing all at once. The walls shift depending on my mood. Tonight they are obsidian and breath, pulsing with dull embers. At times they resemble velvet, or mirrors, or sometimes they look like the dreams of the dying. I change them on a whim. After all, eternity is long and one must decorate. In this room float my orbs, hundreds of them, thousands. Each one a memory, a deal, a life twisted into exquisite ruin. I call them by name, I polish them like heirlooms. This one, a Wall Street shark who asked to never feel fear again. I took his fear from him and left him reckless. He jumped from a penthouse window trying to fly. Ah, that one. A woman who begged for eternal beauty. She got it. Unchanging and perfect. Her lovers aged. Her children withered. And now she walks through cities a stranger to time. Untouched, unwanted, and unseen. Ah, and this one. This was one of my favorites. A boy who wished to be king in a world of his own. He woke up alone in a kingdom of mannequins, every face smiling and alive. He lasted 3 months before he began talking to the walls. I keep them all here, my glass reliquary of regret. They shimmer, they sing, a gallery of human hubris, each one a testament to how easily I can crack the spine of desire and bend it into a dagger. And they all ask for it. They always ask. That's what I love the most. I never force anyone. I don't steal, I don't cheat, I don't twist. I grant. Faithfully, fully. I hold up my end. Every single time. You people never realize how easy it is to destroy yourselves. All I do is open the door. You run through it, I just lock it behind you. I am the Dealmaker, the gentleman of the crossroads, the whisper in the wanting, the stillness between heartbeats of desire. And I am very, very good at what I do. Except, of course, for the times I'm not. Yes, there have been a few. Not many. Not nearly enough to shame me, you understand. But enough to sour the taste of victory when I sip it too fast. I keep those failures here too, at the back of the room. I don't polish them, I don't admire them. I keep them where the light doesn't fall, where their names grow mold and their memories scrape like dull knives against my pride. But one of them, One of them refuses to gather dust. His orb sits in the center of the others. I don't know why I haven't buried it. Maybe I can't. Maybe some part of me wants to look at it. Wants to remember. Wants to remind myself that sometimes, once in an impossible while, a mortal makes a wish I cannot unmake. His name, etched into my mind like acid on ivory, is Marvin Ellis. A name so small, so unassuming, so plain. It should have disappeared like a whisper into the wind. But it didn't. Because Marvin Ellis asked for something that should have been easy to destroy and wasn't. And it burns me still. Like I said, he wasn't the only one, mind you. I've lost before. There have been others. An old monk in the mountains who wanted nothing and got everything. A soldier who gave up everything he was to save a village he would never remember. Yes, I've lost before, but Marvin was different. Because Marvin didn't trick me. He didn't bargain cleverly. He didn't dance circles around the wording of the wish like a lawyer trying to outwit a devil. No. He beat me by being genuine. Do you understand what that means? It means there was no flaw to exploit. No lie beneath the words. No secret longing to unearth and twist against him. He said exactly what he meant, and meant exactly what he said. And that is what I cannot stand. Not the loss itself. I can stomach a loss. I've lived long enough to watch civilizations collapse and rebuild themselves in the same breath. I've seen gods die and ideas turn to ash beneath the weight of time. Defeat, when it comes, is merely part of the architecture. It settles into the foundation like dust in the corners of an old cathedral. Inevitable and inconsequential. But what I cannot abide, what chafes me in the bone-deep places where even shadow recoils, is a human being who does not bend when bent, does not break when broken, who walks willingly into the cage I've carved for him and has the audacity to make it a chapel. Marvin Ellis. That name is like vinegar on a silver tongue. I've spoken it 1,000 ways. I've tried to split it, tried to ignore it, tried to fold it up and bury it behind my better victories like a wrinkled page in a brilliant book. And yet it keeps rising, like smoke from an altar I didn't light, like music from a room I boarded shut. It echoes low and steady, somewhere in the cracked chambers of my private realm. Understand this. I have mastered the mechanisms of collapse. I know every angle from which a soul can be twisted. I've cataloged every failure in the human lexicon. Greed, pride, lust, envy, cowardice. All of the 7 great sins and their lesser cousins. I know what makes you snap, what makes you sob, what makes you beg. Your species is a symphony of vulnerability, and I am the conductor. But he rewrote it. Worse still, he didn't do it through trickery, no sleight of hand. And for someone like me, for what I am, that is the purest kind of blasphemy. It is an abomination, a war crime against the elegance of corruption. You have to understand, I am not cruel for cruelty's sake. I'm a craftsman, a curator. I derive joy not from screaming or spectacle, but from the slow, methodical blooming of despair. The slow drip poison of unintended consequence. A man who gets what he asks for and learns, piece by piece, that he never understood what he wanted at all. That is my masterpiece. So when a wish lands in my hands, vague and trembling, I press it like glass. I turn it until the fracture lines show, and then, with the gentlest pressure, I push. Not out of malice, out of artistry. And they fall. They always fall. They ask to be loved, and I give them obsession. They ask for power, and I hand them isolation. They ask for immortality, and I give it to them, but it grants them loneliness so pure it hollows them from the inside out. And they crumble. But Marvin, he stood there. He looked me in the eye. I'll get there in a moment. And so I sit here now in this chamber of mine, surrounded by my reliquary of ruin, each orb gleaming with the soft, broken light of a life made monstrous through wishful thinking, and in the center of it all, nestled like a pearl in rot, is his. A sphere that will not dull, a life that will not break, a name I cannot forget. Damn him. Damn his soft voice and his empty pockets. Damn his gentle heart and his stubborn quiet. Damn the way he made me look at myself, if only for a moment, and wonder if perhaps this one time the game had not been mine. But no, this is not over. Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you how I tried. Let me tell you what I gave him, and why I thought it would break him. Let me tell you how wrong I was. And now, I will tell you the tale of the man with nothing left, and why he still haunts me. Hospitals, I must admit, are not my preferred stage. They're too sterile, too saturated with false hope and flickering lights. The sort of place that already stinks of death without the elegance of finality. There's nothing dramatic in an IV drip or the quiet hiss of a respirator. No poetry in antiseptic wipes. Still, I find myself called here more often than one might think. Humans like to wait until the curtain is halfway down before they start reconsidering the performance. Desperation, after all, is most potent in the hours before dawn. And so, that night, or morning, depending on which side of time you favor, I found myself in a small private room on the 3rd floor of Westmere General, tucked away at the far end of the hall where no nurse bothered to walk unless paged. The fluorescent lights above the bed hummed like dying wasps, casting a pale, flickering pallor over the figure beneath the thin hospital sheets. He was still, but not in the way of dying, and there was no struggle in him, no last clenching of fingers, no twitch of regret beneath the eyelids, only a slow, measured breath, and a gaze turned toward the ceiling, as if it held more meaning than the world he was preparing to leave. Marvin Ellis, not famous, not remarkable, not, by most accounts, memorable. A man of ordinary stature, lean from age rather than choice, with hands that had clearly worked for a living and a face that had outlived its vanity. His chart listed the usual litany: cardiac fatigue, kidney strains, minor stroke. The machinery of his body was failing, slowly and politely. He wasn't afraid, he was simply done. He had summoned me with no more than a thought and a whisper. No candles, no salt, no blood. No incantations scribbled in trembling desperation across the back of a stolen prayer card. Just intent. That's all it takes, you know. No matter what the books or old wives' tales insist, the ritual is merely theater. The real invitation is need. And Marvin's had been exquisite. Not loud, not frantic, but focused. Clear. A single line sent through the dark like a blade through silk. I wish I could do one good thing before I go. I arrived, as I always do, when the veil is thinnest. Just between the second and third beat of a dying clock. The air changed as I stepped in. Curtains shivered despite sealed windows. The faint smell of iron and lilacs, always my scent, drifted through the room. Marvin's eyes didn't widen. He didn't gasp. He simply turned to look at me, as if I were an old acquaintance who had finally kept a long-postponed appointment. "Well now, Mr. Ellis," I said, offering a slight bow, my cane tapping once against the linoleum. "A pleasure." He studied me for a moment, my tailcoat, my gloves, the faint gleam of shadow where my skin should have met the light. "So it's true," he murmured. His voice was soft, almost hoarse but steady. "I do tend to be," I replied, smiling. He nodded faintly and looked back toward the ceiling, breathing in through his nose like a man checking the weather. "I don't want to waste your time." "Time is my most abundant resource," I said, stepping closer. Marvin folded his hands over his stomach. They trembled slightly from age or fatigue. I couldn't tell, nor did I care. "I've made enough messes in this life. I'm not asking for forgiveness. Just one clean thing, one right thing before I go." I tilted my head, amused. You'd be amazed how few people ask for that. Most beg for youth, riches, immortality, to be loved, feared, remembered. Shall I tempt you with a second life, unburdened and fresh? You could write a book, climb a mountain, buy an island. Marvin shook his head. "No, just something good." The elegance of it staggered me. Humans, for all their poetic inclinations, rarely give voice to desires so broadly drawn. There is always fine print, always subtext. But here, in this room thick with the scent of bleach and old plastic, a man had placed in my hands a request as simple and directionless as any I had ever heard. And that made it powerful, dangerous even, because a wish like that can be anything, and I have never been able to resist playing with anything. Something good. Delicious ambiguity. So much room to explore, so many angles to consider. You should be careful, Mr. Ellis. A man might find himself doing good for people who never deserved it. Maybe that's what good means. Doing it anyway. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to reach across the veil of that moment and drag him down into the fire of his own contradiction. But I kept my composure, adjusted the line of my collar, and tapped my cane once more. Very well. A chance, then, to do something good. I leaned close. He didn't flinch. The deal is done. There was a shift in the room then, subtle but undeniable. The walls seemed to stretch, as if inhaling. The shadows on the ceiling rearranged themselves into crooked hands and curious eyes. The heart monitor didn't spike, didn't dip, just stuttered once, almost politely. The curtains billowed as though caught in a storm from another world, though the window remained shut and the night outside was still. Marvin gasped, not in pain, not in fear, but in awe. The breath left his lungs as if carried away by something older than air. His body stiffened beneath the sheets, the color draining not from illness, but from absence. And in that moment I pulled him free. Not entirely, not the flesh, but the soul, the essence, the pulse of who he was. I took it, slipped it from its failing shell like a bookmark from the end of a long story. He would not die, not yet. That was not what he asked for. He would be moved, placed. I had just the life waiting, a shell built just for him. 72 years old, no family, no assets, no recognition, no expectations. A ghost among the living. A body made to vanish. A perfect vessel for a man who asked for something as foolish as virtue. And so I sent him, not with ceremony, not with cruelty, just quietly, as he had asked. I left the hospital room without a sound. Nurses passed me in the corridor, none the wiser. Marvin's old body remained behind, inert, empty but not quite dead. A coma would do for the time being. Doctors would shrug and murmur something about a sudden turn. They wouldn't question it, they never do. And far away, in another place, the new Marvin Ellis would open his eyes into a life designed unto him. Or so I thought. Let the game begin. There is a moment in my work, rare, private, intimate, that I consider a kind of ritual. Not the contract itself, not the striking of the deal. That's the theater. That's the mask. No, I'm speaking of the moment that comes just after. When the wish is locked and signed and sealed with intent, and the time comes to prepare it. You see, when I grant someone their deepest desire, when I choose to give them what they've so artfully, so foolishly asked for, I do not simply snap my fingers and let the universe do the heavy lifting. No, I am far more particular than that. I curate, I design, I craft the shape of their reward, or punishment, depending on how you look at it, with the precision of a master tailor, needle in one hand, scalpel in the other. For Marvin Ellis, I began with the bones. An older frame, 72 years of wear, but still enough left to carry a mop and push a broom. Not broken, just bent. A little arthritis in the joints, a persistent ache in the knees, useful reminders of time's toll, skin weathered by sun, fingers thickened by work, eyes that had seen too much. Not handsome, not ugly, perfectly forgettable. The kind of face that drifts through crowds unnoticed, the kind that strangers don't bother to remember. Then the life. A modest apartment on the second floor of a cracked building, in a part of town where the streetlights flickered and the sirens never stopped. No spouse, no children, no photographs. The backstory sparse but believable. Transfers, lost paperwork. A past too dull to question. No digital trail worth following. A man adrift in the system. He would arrive as if he had always been there, and no one would think to ask when he'd started. And the job, the job. The great centerpiece. Hollow Ridge Elementary. A school held together by duct tape and denial. The floors never quite clean. The walls always peeling. The staff stretched thin and bitter. The students forgotten by nearly everyone but their own bruised parents. A place of noise and silence all at once. I made sure his position was permanent but invisible. Not the sort of post that inspired friendships or fostered community. A body that moves when needed and vanishes when not. The vessel was nearly complete. Then came the delicate work. I took his soul, light as a breath, thin as gossamer, humming with the faintest residue of intention, and pressed it into the shell. It's not as dramatic as some might imagine. There is no screaming, no bolts of lightning. It is not a possession, but a migration, a quiet transfer of self. I placed him in the center of his new frame, nested like a wick in wax, and lit the fire. He woke in the janitor's closet. No ceremony, no choir of angels, just the creak of an old wooden door and the smell of bleach. He sat up slowly, blinking at the dim light overhead, his new body stiff from disuse. The air was thick with the scent of cleaning solution and damp concrete. Around him, metal shelves lined the walls with rusted tools, a plastic bucket filled with filthy rags, a locker with a faded label that read simply, Ellis. It fit him like a glove. From my vantage, curled in the seams of shadow behind the lockers, watching with eyes that never blink, I waited. For confusion, for fear, for rebellion. But none came. Marvin Ellis, newly shaped and quietly reborn, simply breathed, stood, and rolled up his sleeves. The first day was quiet. He swept the halls of Hollow Ridge without question. He didn't ask where he was, didn't demand an explanation. He accepted the keys clipped to his waistband, the brittle work schedule taped to the wall, the apathetic nod of the front office assistant who barely acknowledged him. No one questioned his presence. That, too, is part of the craft. When I slip someone in the fabric of the world, I do so carefully, threading them through the seams. They fit so well that the world forgets to notice they were never there before. He worked, and oh, how dull the work was. The floors were sticky with the ghosts of lunches past. The restrooms bore the reek of disrepair. The stairwells were choked with wrappers and forgotten notebooks. Light bulbs flickered, doors creaked. Children howled down the hallways like animals in a crumbling zoo. Teachers shuffled past with caffeine-stained thermoses and the hollow expressions of the professionally exhausted. This, I thought, is where he will begin to decay. Because that is what always happens. The quiet ones rot first. The ones who ask for peace, for purpose, for a clean ending, they do not thrive in noise, they dry up, they unravel. And I had given Marvin Ellis noise in spades. Endless, unfixable noise. But instead of retreating, he began to listen. I watched, irritated, as he paused his sweeping to glance down a hallway where a girl sat alone against the lockers, her eyes red, her breathing shallow. He didn't speak. He didn't intrude. He just stood at the end of the corridor waiting. She didn't move and didn't acknowledge him. Eventually, she stood and walked away. but she looked back just once. And then there was the teacher, young, underpaid, and burnt out, crying in the break room, shoulders shaking over a failed lesson plan and a stack of unread emails. Marvin stepped inside, saw her, and without a word began to fix the jammed copier. He handed her the finished packet of worksheets, nodded, and left. I gritted my teeth. Small things, insignificant things, noise in the data, flukes. That's what I told myself. But they kept happening. He fixed a broken lock that had been ignored for months, repaired a window latch that had let in the cold, left notes in chalk on whiteboards before class began. Nothing dramatic, just simple things. You've got this. Thank you for teaching. Today is worth it. And I began to realize something terrifying. He wasn't trying to be seen. He wasn't waiting for recognition. He wasn't hoping to be noticed, promoted, or celebrated. He was simply doing what needed to be done, without pride, without bitterness, without even the desperate hope of being loved for it. He was content. And that is not normal, that is not human, so I began to test him. I made the janitor's budget disappear. Supplies went missing. The ancient floor buffer caught fire. Marvin brought tools from his own home. Tools that, technically, should not have existed in the life I gave him, but they were there. Old, worn, and familiar, and he used them without complaint. I gave the staff apathy. I gave the students aggression. I let the pipes burst and the heat fail. He mopped the water, wore gloves against the cold, hummed a tune I couldn't place as he worked late into the night. He should have been broken. This is the point in most stories where the soul begins to strain, where even the most stubborn among them begins to curse my name in the dark. But Marvin didn't rage, he didn't cry, he didn't kneel. He planted a garden. A strip of dirt behind the cafeteria, choked with garbage and weeds. I'd seen it a dozen times. No one touched it, no one cared. But one afternoon, after the final bell rang and the flood of children had poured back into the streets, Marvin knelt and began to clear it out. Not in a rush, not with grand ambition, just patient hands and a small trowel. The next day he returned, and the next, and a teacher asked him what he was doing. He shrugged. "Something good," he said. I wanted to scream. Instead, I watched. The garden would not grow. I made sure of that. Salted the soil beneath it with spiritual rot. But still he came. He watered it, turned the soil, and waited. And one morning, a sprout. A single green thing curling defiantly toward the light. And I knew, with the kind of certainty that lives beneath itself, that something was wrong. Something fundamental. This was not going the way it was supposed to. And Marvin Ellis was not who I thought he was. It began with the smallest crack, a whisper in the machine, the kind of tiny anomaly that most would ignore, a child smiling where they should have been bitter, a hallway painted without request, a thank you note scrawled into the crayon on the back of a detention slip. At first, I chalked it up to novelty. The world loves its novelties. Even decay takes time to sink in. And Marvin had not truly tasted the rot I designed for him. Give it another week. Give it 2. Let the late nights and early mornings grind him down. Let the thankless labor wear through the soles of his soul. He would crack like all the others. It was only a matter of pressure. But Marvin didn't crack. He smiled. Not brightly, not performatively, just gently. The way someone might smile at a bird returning to a winter tree. He went about his work with the kind of grace I hadn't seen in centuries. He swept, he mended, he planted, he listened. And the world, my world, began to bend around him. I retaliated with bureaucracy. I'm quite good at it. I erased his pay from the books, ensured his direct deposit failed. He worked for weeks without noticing. When the school secretary finally apologized and offered to fix it, he shrugged and said it must have been a mistake filling out the forms. He wasn't even angry. I then orchestrated a fire in the cafeteria. Nothing serious. Just enough smoke and noise to kill morale. Marvin organized a cleanup before the trucks even finished their report. I scorched the garden again with something far older than salt. A rot that should have strangled every root, turned the soil to ash. I went deep into my reserves for that. Layered the dirt with bitterness, despair, the kind that stunts not just growth but memory. And still, 2 days later, a green sprout pushed upward through the gray. Children began to water it on their way into school. Someone built a little fence around it out of popsicle sticks and duct tape. A sign appeared. Mr. Ellis's garden. I made the pipes burst in winter. He brought wrenches. I made the electricity go. He found flashlights. I seated the students with anger, chaos, and home troubles too vile to speak aloud. He stood outside the principal's office each and every time a child broke down. Said nothing sometimes, just waited. And sometimes they cried into his coat and he let them. I cursed the hallway with silence. That one's a favorite of mine. You take the sound from a space and people forget how to be heard. It turns laughter sour and footsteps into accusations. But even that didn't take. Marvin painted a mural there during lunch breaks. Just a line of color at first. Then a sun, then a city skyline. Then 100 names written in child scrawl. The hallway began to sing. I returned to my realm to regroup. My precious realm, my place beyond dimension and shape. The pocket that exists between worlds that only exist because I will it to. It had always been a sanctuary. Imagine a cathedral designed by shadows. The ceiling doesn't end, it climbs. The floor reflects nothing. The walls shift based on mood. Floating in the center are my orbs. Thousands of them. Suspended midair, each one a soul I have reshaped, twisted, and fulfilled, but you heard all that already. They pulse with color and motion, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear them whisper their final moments. Pleas, screams, prayers. I took comfort in this space. I curated it. I gave it weight and silence and rules. But now, it felt thinner. One orb glowed in the center of them all. Brighter, steadier, not with power but with stillness. It did not hum. It did not flicker. It simply remained. And I could not dull it. I tried. I buried it behind darker deals. I pushed other spheres in front of it. I wrapped it in shadow and silence. But it shone through, always, that damned sphere. And I found myself pacing. Me? I don't pace. I drift. I glide. I orchestrate. But now my feet touched the floor and my hands clenched behind my back and my thoughts looped like a caged wolf. Why? I said into the silence. Why does this one not bend? I replayed the contract a dozen times, listened to the echo of Marvin's voice in the hospital bed. Just something good. He had not asked for joy, not for legacy, not for redemption. He had asked for the chance to do something good, and I had given it to him. And he was doing it every single day, and I hated it. Do you understand what that means? It means the system failed. My system, my grand design, a mortal, an old one no less, was outlasting my entropy. He was growing in the cage, not surviving, but thriving. They were learning his name and they were smiling again, and worst of all, he didn't care. He wasn't collecting praise. He wasn't building a legacy. He wasn't turning it into some sad martyrdom for posthumous glory. He just was. I cracked my realm's foundation. I don't lose composure, but I tore a rift across the floor just to hear it scream. The obsidian bled ink and stars. My orbs wobbled on their threads, and I shouted, "He should be broken!" And the walls echoed back my own voice, mockingly calm. He doesn't even know he's resisting me. He's not resisting at all. He's just being, and that is worse. That is infinitely worse. Because how do you unravel someone who is already empty of selfishness? How do you twist a soul that holds no attention? How do you poison a man who does not ask to be cured? You don't. You can't. And now I have a problem. A real one, because if Marvin Ellis succeeds, if he continues to live this life unshaken and unbent, then the others might find out. Others might begin to believe that deals with me are survivable. That virtue is viable. That hope is not a lie. That cannot happen. So I will go to him. I will descend. I will take a form I have not taken in centuries. I will look him in the eye and remind him that all things break. Even saints. Especially saints. It was late, and the building had gone silent in the way old buildings do, settling into their bones, exhaling the day. The children were gone, the teachers too, and the last of the hallway fluorescents had flickered out 30 minutes earlier. But the classroom in the southeast wing remained dimly lit, a desk lamp still glowing warm over a cluttered corner. There was a soft hum from an ancient radio left playing something jazzy and slow. Marvin stood at the edge of the room, mop in hand, moving slowly across the stained linoleum tiles. His knees ached. His back groaned when he straightened up too quickly, but he worked with the patience of someone who no longer expected anything in return. His breath was steady. His rhythm never broke. I arrived then, not with trumpets or screams, but as a ripple in the corner of the room where light refused to land. One moment it was empty. The next I was there, leaning on my cane, tipping my hat, smiling the kind of smile that usually made people freeze. Marvin didn't. He looked at me, gave a small nod, and continued mopping. "You've done well for yourself, Mr. Ellis," I said, letting my voice curl at the edges, smooth and dark like the shadow of a blade. "Really made something of this little second act." He wrung out the mop in the old orange bucket and looked up with a hint of curiosity, not alarm. "Didn't know you made house calls." "I don't. You're a special case." Marvin walked to the next section of floor, laid the mop down, and kept working. "Well, I hope I didn't mess anything up for you. Everything seems to be running fine from my end." The casual tone chipped at me. I stepped closer, my shoes not making a sound. "You know, when I dropped you into this life, I had such high hopes. Not for you, mind you. For the game. For the exquisite chaos I expected to unfold. You were supposed to flounder. You were supposed to resent me. Beg for something better. You gave me such beautiful ambiguity, Marvin. Let me do something good. That's practically a buffet. But here you are, sweeping floors like it's a calling. I'm not pretending it's grand. It just matters, at least to me," Marvin said without looking at me. "And that's the problem," I hissed, sharper than I intended. I pulled myself back in check, adjusting my gloves. "You could have asked for legacy, for a parade. You could have ended your life with fanfare. But instead, you mopped the halls of a dying school like some kind of self-flagellating monk." He stopped then, leaning on the mop handle, eyes on me. "I didn't want a parade. I had those chances in my life back when I was younger, and I ran from them. All I wanted this time was a clean slate. A chance to do one right thing without messing up." "You call this right? These people forget your name 5 minutes after you walk by. You have no family, no acolytes. You'll die a ghost again, buried in a pauper's plot, remembered by no one." "You think that matters to me now?" I said nothing. He picked up the mop again. "Every day I come in and something's broken. A kid crying, a leak in the ceiling, something rotting under the sink. I fix what I can. I leave the rest better than I found it. That's enough." And something inside me began to slide. My hands twitched. My grin faltered. I tried to speak and found my tongue not quite obeying. The shadows around me shifted, warping. My coat rippled in ways no fabric should, like it had too many folds and not enough substance. My top hat began to distort, edges curling inward, steam rising from its seams. I reached up to still it, and saw my fingers blur just for a moment, stretching longer than they should have, then snapping back. My face pulsed under the strain of maintaining the shape. You think this is a victory. You think you've won because you're content with scraps, with mediocrity. You are supposed to want more, Marvin. Wanting is what makes your kind break. It's what makes you mine. I growled, the words rasping out in a voice not entirely my own. He shrugged. Maybe I did want more once. But I don't now, not in the way you mean. It's life, it's simple, but it's honest. Every good thing I do, I get to watch it ripple. That kid that used to punch holes in lockers? He asked if he could help me with the garden last week. That teacher who cried after every staff meeting from anxiety. She started a reading club for the kids who need a place to go after school. This place is changing. The shadows around me boiled. My form slipped again. My smile turned glassy and fractured. My voice splintered into several, overlapping itself, past deals echoing in every syllable, desperate pleas, sobbing regret, 100 broken oaths whispering like wind through shattered glass. My coat writhed, folding inward, a mass of darkness with no edges. I clenched my jaw, or the shape that passed for it, and took a step forward. The tiles in beneath me cracked. You do not get to win. You do not walk into my realm of consequence and survive it untouched. You are supposed to fall apart. You are supposed to regret. Marvin didn't flinch. He met my eyes, though they were flickering, multiplying, vanishing, and simply said, "But I don't." The sentence hung there like a bell in a cathedral, clean, echoing, and unshakable. And something in me recoiled, not in pain, but in recognition. He wasn't resisting me. He hadn't built walls or sharpened weapons or hidden his heart. He simply didn't need anything that I could take from him. He had no illusions to break, no ambition to distort, no ego to inflate. He wasn't trying to beat me, he just was. I couldn't reach him, I couldn't touch him, I could only watch him endure. The shadow snapped inward. I turned sharply and nearly staggered, and vanished into the space between a breath and a blink, leaving the classroom silent again. Marvin stood still for a moment, then dipped the mop back into the bucket, wrung it out, and returned to work. Outside, beneath the dim glow of a cracked street lamp, the garden bloomed. I didn't speak to Marvin again, not once in the remaining years he had left. I didn't taunt him. I didn't whisper to him in dreams. I didn't send any more cracks into his little world. I didn't need to. At least, that's what I told myself. I had already given him a curse, in a sense, hadn't I? Even if he didn't see it that way. An old man's broken body, borrowed, fading day by day. A life of invisibility, a job for which no one says thank you, not properly. He was supposed to wither in that shadow of that silence. And so, when I returned to my realm, burned from that classroom like a storm retreating behind the clouds, I swore I'd forget him. Let the vessel decay, let the garden die, let the memory of Marvin Ellis fade like chalk on a wet sidewalk. But I didn't forget. No, I watched. From every shadow that knew his name, I watched. From behind mirrors in the faculty lounge, from the corner of the gymnasium where the lights flickered, from the little wedge of space beneath the boiler room where even the rats wouldn't sleep, I was there. I told myself it was research, observation, and surely it couldn't be obsession. But I returned night after night, year after year, and I watched Marvin Ellis refuse to die because he wanted to do something good with every breath he had been given. He lived 8 more years in the vessel I made for him. 8 quiet, steady years. 8 glorious years, if you had the stomach to call them that. The garden, the one I had salted and hexed and cursed with the kind of rot that should have driven worms from the earth time and time again, flourished. Not overnight. Slowly. First, it was a cluster of daffodils and strawberries, then snap peas, then tomatoes and busted plastic planters. Teachers donated seedlings. Students painted signs. One even wrote a poem. Marvin, with his aching knees and swollen knuckles, was always out there before the bell rang, wiping dirt from the base of the watering can, digging with a thrift store trowel like he was trying to make the world a little deeper. And somehow, impossibly, they noticed. They started waving to him in the mornings. One teacher began bringing him a coffee every Tuesday. The principal once called him the soul of the school during an end-of-year meeting. He was still just the janitor, still mopped the floors, still fixed the squeaky hinges. But the students began to talk about him like a fable. The quiet man who always smiled. The man who knew where every lost thing was. The man who remembered your name. And then, on a spring morning with the sun just beginning to stretch its golden fingers over the playground asphalt, he died. They found him in the garden, his hands resting in his lap, knees bent in the dirt beside a patch of mint and marigold. He was sitting against the little fence the students had built, staring towards the sky. There was no struggle, no violence, just a breath that didn't return, an old heart that had seen enough and stopped exactly when it needed to. He died alone, but not unloved. The moment he died in that garden, Marvin's original body, the one I left comatose in a sterile hospital room over a decade prior, took its final breath as well. No alarms, no doctors, just the slow sigh of a man whose soul had already found a better ending elsewhere. A nurse later told the night shift, it was like he'd been waiting for something. I watched from the shadows of the ivy as they carried his vessel away. I listened as the school fell into grief. Some students cried openly. Others carved his name into their desks. The staff didn't hold a moment of silence. They held a full assembly. The principal read a letter he had written weeks before. Marvin had sensed it coming somehow. It ended with the words, "Plant something, water it. Come back every day. That's enough." They named the garden after him, the Ellis Grove. They added benches. Students started eating lunch out there, reading in the shade. Someone painted a mural on the bricks above it. Marvin with his mop in one hand and a watering can in the other, smiling at the sunrise. A teacher told the local news. He gave more to this school than any of us. A foundation was started, a scholarship, a plaque. And then days later I saw it. Scrawled on the hallway in permanent marker just beneath the poster of school rules. The letters were crooked, the handwriting shaky, but the words were clear. Be like Marvin. He had beaten me. Not loudly, not in defiance, not by bending my rules. He had followed the contract. He had asked to do something good. And he had done it. More than I could have imagined. More than I could unmake, more than I could stand. He had lived well, and now he was remembered. The thing I twist in others, the craving for legacy, for glory, Marvin never asked for, never cared for, and in doing so he earned something better. And I hate him for it. And I'll admit it now. I respect him for it. I returned to the school one last time. I stood behind the mirror in the staff lounge, watching a group of children water the garden. One of them placed a single flower, a yellow tulip, hand-cut and trembling, on the bench beside Marvin's name. She didn't say a word, just bowed her head and walked away. And as she walked down the hallway, I laughed. A sharp, bitter thing. A reflex more than a choice. But something was missing. The echo. My laugh did not echo, not in the hallway, not in the rafters, not in the realm between realms. It should have. It always does. At the end of every deal, my laughter carries through walls, through dimensions, and through time. A final signature in the dark. But not this time. This time the silence swallowed it whole. This time the world had stopped listening. This time the laugh was mine alone. And that, dear listener, is how Marvin Ellis, janitor, gardener, ghost in borrowed flesh, became one of the very, very few to leave me with nothing but silence. The shadows of my realm have a way of listening. They lean close. They fold in on themselves, as if eager to drink the words I speak. Here, in this place, even silence is attentive. Tonight, they listen as I speak of obsession, not the harmless kind mistaken for passion, but the kind that seizes a soul and refuses to let go. Some believe they can master such a flame, direct it, and keep it in a tidy hearth to warm their lives. They cannot. The truth, one they will never admit until too late, is that the flame masters them. It shapes them into something brittle and bright, burns through all other loves, and leaves behind only the work and the ashes. I have walked among the ruins of such lives. The painter who bled into his own canvas, his brush strokes trembling with fever as his body failed. The inventor who forgot the taste of food, hollowed out by the machinery clattering endlessly in his mind. The composer who went deaf chasing a single perfect note, was so consumed by the search that he mistook silence for triumph. They fascinate me, these creatures of singular devotion. I think of them as vintages in my collection, each unique, each rare, each inevitably doomed. They didn't summon me, but they would have had they known how. Their ruin was self-made. I was merely an observer. But there are others, those who do call to me, who offer terms themselves. I do not trick them. I do not reshape their words. I grant precisely what they ask, no more, no less. And it is in that exactness that their undoing takes root. Inspiration, you see, is not the blessing they imagine it to be. It is a hunger, an elegant predator. Feed it, and it grows restless, more insatiable with every morsel. Starve it, and it turns inward, devouring its host from within. Those who come to me believe they can sip from an endless spring without drowning. They imagine an eternal well of ideas, each more brilliant than the last, flowing at their command. I find their confidence touching, and in its own way tragic. Julian Merrick was such a man, a sculptor, a painter, a chiseler of forms that seemed almost to breathe. He worked in marble, clay, bronze, anything that could be shaped under his relentless hands. He did not chase fame. It already trailed him like a shadow. No, Julian feared something far more intimate. The quiet, creeping death of his own vision. The thought that one day he might sit before an empty canvas or an untouched block of stone and feel nothing stir within him terrified him more than death itself. He wished to be spared that fate. He wished to burn forever. He asked for more fire, without asking once for a place to stand. I can still see his studio in my mind's eye. Dust glittered in the lamplight like powdered bone, drifting in slow, unhurried spirals. Sketches papered the walls in frantic constellations, pinned at odd angles and curling at the edges. Marble torsos leaned in shadow corners, their sightless eyes fixed on something only they could see. Unfinished busts sat on every surface, fragments of faces waiting for the rest of themselves to be born. The air was thick with the scent of stone, dust, and turpentine. And in the midst of it all was Julian, pacing, restless, his hands twitching as though even stillness was a threat. I had watched him for some time before we met. Watched the way he studied his own work as though interrogating it for secrets. Watched the brief, sharp flashes of triumph fade almost immediately into dissatisfaction. He was a man already in the grip of the hunger. I merely came when he finally called out for more. Julian Merrick was one of my most exquisite commissions. And yes, I still have the portrait he made me. The summoning was not theatrical. No chalk circles or crossroads or candles dripping in red. Julian's ritual was a painting. My likeness pulled from descriptions whispered through obscure corners of the digital world. He painted me from rumor and instinct. A tall figure in black, face obscured, top hat casting shadows where no light touched. With each brushstroke, the air thickened. The walls seemed to lean inward. And then, as the final line sharpened, my painted eyes met his. The painting rippled, like a stone dropped in the middle of a quiet pond. I stepped forward, crossing the fragile boundary between pigment and reality. He stared at me without fear, though exhaustion hung on him like a weight. I looked around the room, at the fragments of his genius scattered like bones. You have gone to considerable effort, I said, my voice warm and precise. Or perhaps you would tell me it was no effort at all, merely compulsion. I don't know why I painted you, only that I had to. I smiled faintly, surveying his work. Yes, compulsion rarely asks for permission. And has it been kind to you, this compulsion of yours? His laugh was short and brittle. No, I can't stop. But that's the thing, I don't ever want to stop creating. I want the inspiration and ideas to be unending, but I feel like my spark is fading. Ah, I said, circling a marble bust with idle appreciation. Inspiration is like a reservoir, you know. It can be refilled. Is that why you've called me here? He nodded. I've heard the stories. If they're true, if you're real, then maybe you can give me what I've lost. And what do you believe you've lost? The fire. The thing that wakes you in the middle of the night and forces you to work until sunrise. I want that forever. I stopped before him. Forever is a weighty word. Most cannot hold it without breaking. Then let me break. Better that than to fade. Then say it, I told him, my voice low. Make your request. His eyes did not waver. I wish for unending inspiration. The moment he spoke, the air shifted. Behind his eyes, something opened, a floodgate releasing torrents of vision and shape. His breath caught as the flood began. I turned to his easel, resting a gloved hand on the edge of his work. And may I keep this painting, if I may be so bold? It's yours, he said, already reaching for his chisel. Thank you, I told him, because the old courtesies never miss their mark. I stepped into the portrait, as a man steps through a threshold he knows by heart, and paint rippled without dripping, and color parted without surrendering its saturations. The lamplight warped and then righted itself. Before the surface sealed, I looked back once. He was already lifting the chisel to the stone. He had the expression I prize in my clients at the beginning. Not ecstasy and not relief, but inevitability. I walked further into the painting, and the further I walked, the more the painting and Julian Merrick's reality began to fade, until it wasn't there at all. Until I and the painting were back in my realm. The air in my realm accepted me with its usual dry amusement. I carried the canvas down a corridor where the shadows keep their own counsel, past the Hall of Echoes, where the walls murmured the relics of other bargains, and into a small alcove I reserved for likenesses made by my own client's hand. I hung Julian's portraits there among a rare few pieces that still trouble the room when I pass. A singer's charcoal done in hospital light, a mathematician's childish pen and ink of a staircase that cannot exist, a slipping watercolor of a rival who never knew he had been forgiven. The portrait settled with a barely audible sigh. The silver of the cane head shivered as if remembering the pressure of my palms. I returned to the observatory and watched them. The window into the mortal world isn't glass, not exactly. It is a cut in the fabric of things, a mouth I keep fed with attention. Through it, Julian was no longer pacing. He was carving. He stopped only to change tools, and even then, his hands continued to move, measuring, mapping, rehearsing. His face had the calm of a man who had been starving beside a banquet and had only now just remembered how to swallow. I let him have his privacy. An artist deserves his first hour with a new language without an audience. But I watched long enough to satisfy myself that the terms, as spoken, were enacted with the fidelity I require. The rest would unspool as it must. When I returned to my chair, the realm around me adjusted its weight. The clocks ticked in their hidden hollows. Somewhere in the chamber of orbs, a memory brightened, noted, and resumed its slow pulse. One of the few memories that annoy me and inspire me to this day. Oh, how Marvin Ellis remains in my mind. I took off my hat and set it on the bone-white arm of the chair. One does not wear a hat at home. It's uncomely, ungentlemanly. The gloves I kept on. It is good for a man to feel his restraints and remember that he chose them. My smile then would not have been visible to anyone with the shadows, but they already knew the shape of it. It was the smile of a craftsman after the final turn of a screw that slides a mechanism into perfect alignment. You may think I take pleasure in cruelty. I do not. Cruelty is careless. It tramples. It stains the floor and has to be scrubbed out like wine from linen. I take pleasure in symmetry. I take pleasure in finding the holes in a perfectly good deal. I take pleasure in balance. In making a clock that keeps time because the gears were cut exactly to be what they are and nothing else. Julian's request had the clean ring I rarely hear anymore, unmarred by vanity's clutter. He did not ask for applause. He did not ask for history's favor. He only asked for the fuse. I'd given it. The explosion was none of my concern, although I do enjoy watching the downfall. Yet, and here the shadows lean closer, knowing me as I know them, I would be watching. I always watch when the fire is pure. Hours later, when the studio's light had changed from lamplight to the gray insistence of morning, I glanced again through the observatory and saw the first evidence that the door behind his eyes had not merely opened. It had been removed from its hinges. The floor around him was dusted white. His hands were nicked and did not seem to notice. He spoke under his breath, not to me or to any listener, but to the stone itself, as if repeating what it told him so he would not lose a syllable in the transit from vision to form. None of that was beyond the bargain. He asked to be filled without end. Filling is not restful work. A river does not apologize to its banks as it overflows. Before I left the window, I straightened the cuffs of my coat and regarded the portrait again where it hung in its alcove. My body language in the painting held a glimpse that amused me. He had given me a mischief I do not wear outside the frame. But it pleased me, that freedom he had taken. I always thought better of those who allow themselves one honest liberty while addressing the impossible. "Mr. Merrick," I said to the listening dark, "let us see what you do with what you ask for." The realm exhaled that small, contented sound it makes when a story finds its groove on the spindle. Out in the city, a chisel rang, bright as a bell at noon. That is how the bargain was made. No tricks, no snares, no footnotes written in moonlight. He named the fire he wanted. I gave it the fuel it required. He placed my portrait into my keeping with the nonchalance of a man who believes he is simply paid in politeness. And I, who am nothing if not a polite archivist of consequences, returned to my seat, crossed one leg over the other, and waited for the inevitable and the unforeseen to begin their slow waltz. The first step, as always, was beautiful. The first days after a clean bargain are always instructive. Some clients test the new current gingerly, like swimmers easing into cold water. Julian did not ease. He plunged. The studio ceased to keep ordinary hours. The sunlight arrived and departed as a rumor. The lamps learned the shape of his shoulders and the rhythm of his wrists. He worked without pause, and what would have been exhaustion in another man presented in him as focus, as clarity sharpened to a surgical point. I watched from the observatory, and, when it amused me, from the surfaces in his world that still remembered how to hold a shadow, polished glass, varnished frames, the black mirror of a window at 3 in the morning, He moved through days as if time were a corridor built to his stride. He did not feel tired. He did not look at clocks. He looked at stone until stone confessed. There is a difference between frenzy and fluency, between a man possessed and a man permitted. He was the latter. The ideas did not batter him. They arranged themselves in orderly queues, each waiting its turn at his hands. He would finish a line in marble with the certainty of a sentence concluded, then, without the smallest hesitation, pivot to the clay and press a gesture into being, a shoulder tense with withheld breath, a hand caught in the sacrament of reaching. When the clay needed rest, he turned to canvas, and the brush found anatomies of light he had only ever approximated. He ate when tools needed cleaning. He drank water by accident. Sleep seemed a superstition he had outgrown. The body is ordinarily tiresome in its insistence on being fed and folded. Not this. Not his. Not then. He was a bridge the visions crossed, and he bore the traffic gladly. The city noticed before the critics did. It always works out that way. Assistants began arriving earlier and leaving later, their whispered logistics forming a soft counterpoint to the rasp of rasp and the ring of chisel. Couriers came and went with crates still damp at the corners. The locksmith replaced the back door bolt after a journalist tried it at midnight, believing himself stealth incarnate. A neighbor who had once complained about dust sent up a pie and left with a piece of clay he would keep in a drawer for the rest of his unremarkable life. By the end of the first week, the hallway outside the studio smelled faintly of wet stone and triumph. I have known wars with less orderly supply lines. The reviews, when they came, arrived as declarations hastily written into hymns. A small gallery show booked for new works in progress became, in a single afternoon, a pilgrimage site. A woman from a venerable magazine, sharp bob, sharper pen, stood before a half-finished torso and forgot to speak for a full minute. Her piece the next morning used words that publications prefer to ration: Renaissance, epochal, terrible beauty. She wrote that Julian Merrick's sculptures had acquired a density of feeling previously only hinted at, as though he had learned a new grammar of stone and was suddenly fluent enough to write elegiacies with it. A rival critic attempted disdain and ended in surrender. He called it a second weather system forming over the city. It pleased me to watch their certainty curdle into awe. The work justified it. I am not immune to pleasure where merit is concerned. What precisely had changed? Not his hands. Not his ability. They were the same hands that had always done the patient violence good sculpture requires, cutting away everything that is not the truth the block contains. Not his eye, either. He had always seen well. What changed was volume. Inspiration. The room behind his eyes, newly and perpetually lit, had no corners for doubt to hide in. When he set to work on a figure crouched as if about to spring, the musculature arrived without coaxing. The angles nested into each other with an inevitability that made witnesses step back and check their own posture. What he drew, the charcoal seemed to understand time. A single line could suggest seconds before and after the captured moment. In his paintings, light behaved the way grief behaves, arriving where it had no right to be, and making a cathedral of an ordinary room. None of it felt forced. That is important. The gift was not a lash. It was a tap turned fully open. He began to talk to the stone as one talks to an old adversary with whom one has finally learned civility. I do not mean the theatrical muttering that some adopt for effect. These were working conversations, brief inquiries, small acknowledgments, the verbal equivalent of a craftsman's nod. "Yes, I see," he would say, and the chisel would move. "No, not there," and the rasp would correct the curve. His assistants pretended not to hear. The stone did not pretend anything at all. It offered what it had, and he took it with a gentleness that, to the untrained eye, looks like brutality. There is a tenderness in removal when done properly. He had that tenderness in his wrists. Commission requests multiplied into impossibility. A museum that had previously queued him for an exhibition 2 years ago found a space for him next month. A patron offered a studio twice the size. He refused. Not out of principle, but because moving would steal hours. A famous actor asked for a bus and offered a sum that made a gallery intern say a word that she usually only says in private. Julian handed the request to an assistant and never mentioned it again. He was not indifferent to acclaim so much as uninterested in the administrative tasks that attend it. The work was arranging itself in his mind in elaborate, intersecting sequences. Anything that did not contribute to those sequences fell away like chatter beyond a doorway he had closed. I am not a jealous god. I do not require acknowledgement or sacrifice. Watching is my payment, and the pleasure of it is in the details. I watch the small efficiencies accumulate. The way he learned to sleep standing for 90 seconds while glaze is settled. The way he rigged a pulley to spare himself 3 minutes of strain while lifting a cast from its mold. The way he left the chisel at a precise angle on a bench so that, in reaching blindly, his hand would find it in the exact orientation required every time. He was a scientist of his own compulsion, refining methods in real time. This is what a Renaissance looks like from the inside. Not choruses in laurel, but the elimination of wasted motion. The dust. There were visitors I enjoyed. A former teacher who arrived prepared to perform the wise elder's blessing and instead stood wordless, tears making tracks through the dust on his cheeks. A young sculptor, a woman with wrists like steel cable, who watched for an hour and then asked a single question that proved she would be interesting in 10 years' time. Julian smiled at her, not kindly, but as one recognizes a future adversary with whom they will share a good wine with and a hard laugh. A critic known for exquisite cruelty tried to provoke him into a philosophical defense of his new work. "If it needs defending," Julian said without looking up, "it isn't finished." There was laughter as well, though not often and never careless. When an apprentice dropped a mold and stood mortified in the wet wreckage, Julian knelt beside him, and with that calm that had replaced sleep said, "We rescue what we can and make something else from the rest." He turned the spill into a study of the hand that had dropped it, caught mid-scramble, every tendon bright with panic. It sold before the plaster fully set. The apprentice went home and for the first time in months, considered not quitting. If you were wondering whether I interfered, no. Why would I spoil symmetry with meddling? I stood in the quiet of my chair and let the hall of echoes deliver me the murmurs of those first showings. I drifted the long corridor of the archive and traced the spines of ledgers that hold other, harsher bargains with lesser men who had insisted on fame first and craft second. Their entries are sticky with the fingerprints of regret. Julian's page, newly inked, was clean as a surgeon's sheet. In the observatory, his days untied and retied themselves in loops of making, It is a pleasure to watch a request honored and a man meet it like a gentleman. After Marvin Ellis, I confess, the assurance steadied me. Control is an underrated aesthetic. Julian's mind did not quiet. That was not what he asked for. It broadened. Images arrived as if an unseen archivist had opened a vault and begun handing him boxes. Figures he had never met and yet knew how to translate. Myths he had never studied and yet could render with anatomical wit. Gestures that carried the weight of a century. He kept notebooks for the first time in his life, not out of fear of forgetting, but to sequence the cue. Each page held 5, 10, 20 sketches. Heads bowed, hands breaking, lovers turning toward and away from one another in the same breath. At night, which he treated as the hours passed when assistants left, he would take a brush and work in silence while the city performed sleep around him. Sometimes he whistled tunelessly. More often, he listened to the unrepeatable music of stone being convinced to become something else. By the end of the month, he had delivered 3 pieces so complete that the world assumed they had gestated in him for years. He signed them with the same unadorned signature he had always used. He did not linger in galleries long enough to hear the hushed argument over which era they belonged to now. He did not drink the champagne. He returned to his studio and resumed the conversation with matter. The assistants learned that cleaning up before he left was now a vestigial habit. He did not leave. He napped in a corner once with a tarp across his shoulders like a monk's hood, woke 20 minutes later, and finished a pair of hands so eloquent in their grief that a courier refused to put the crate lid on until someone else watched him do it. From the walls, from the window, from the shadows, from the vantage point of my realm, I took it as one watches a tide that knows its business. He had asked for unending inspiration. He had received it. The rest was mechanics and appetite. I was, I confess, pleased. The symmetry was holding. The music of it, those ringing strikes, that soft hiss of rasp, the breath that artists forget they are sustaining, threaded itself into the soundscape of my domain. The distant clocks kept their impartial time. The chamber of orbs glowed no brighter. A story is not sealed until its last word writes itself. But as I passed through, I felt certain pieces murmur in recognition. For a while, an elastic span of days that to men would read as weeks or months, Julian and Merrick lived precisely inside his wish. The world applauded as if they had arranged it. He allowed them that vanity because it cost him nothing. He allowed himself less. This, too, was part of why I admired him. He was not intoxicated by praise. He was intoxicated by accuracy. He had asked to be the instrument that does not go out of tune, and for a time he was. I watched, hands folded, and let the satisfaction of a promise kept settle into the bones of my chair. And you may think me cruel for enjoying such phases, knowing what follows. You mistake me. I enjoy them because they are true. The fall, when it comes, is only ever terrible because the height deserves to exist. Years do not pass in my realm, they arrange themselves. In the mortal world, they pass more crudely, carving channels through faces, hollows through ribs, aches through bones, silence through once loud rooms. In time, Julian allowed himself to be taken from view. There was no announcement and no performance, only the simple subtraction of his presence from conversations that had once bent toward him. At first, there was appetite without sustenance, column inches that said everything except anything worth saying, patrons claiming inside knowledge of an illness, a romance, a retreat to the countryside. Eventually, the city did what cities do to the living who refuse to remain visible. It forgot him in public and remembered him in private. Which is to say, it remembered him correctly. I watched the slope. Not because I needed to, but because there is a civility in seeing a bargain through. He did not go to ground with melodrama. He went with the same precision he brought to his work, closing doors in a sequence that conserved energy for what remained. Assistants found themselves dismissed with thanks in a final envelope. Galleries received short notes that deferred everything that could be deferred and declined everything that could not. The studio windows, once lit at all hours, made a slower kind of light. Lamps that burned low behind curtains, then nothing at all but the hour's reflection on glass. Where some would have staged a valedictory show, he made the choice he had been practicing for years. He turned wholly inward and let the noise fade. When the noise had thinned to rumor and the rumor had cooled into memory, a courier with an expression as blank as coin delivered a small envelope to a former student. I had seen her in that golden season. A steady gaze, strong wrists, hands that learned with the appetite of a first winter. She had stood in the corner when he was the most fluent, and had asked one intelligent question that made him smile without softness. Now she lived across the city in a studio the size of a single thought, and she opened the envelope with the care of someone who resists hope and therefore deserves it. Inside lay a brass key gone tired at the edges, and a single line in a hand that never wasted ink. When the world forgets me, open the door. She placed the envelope in the door in a drawer that did not often open, and went on with the business of a life that would. The world forgets and fits, then all at once. The headline that once held a name becomes a byline in someone else's retrospective. The student, though no longer a student in any official sense, fluently avoided sentiment for years, but on an autumn afternoon shine with the fragile light that makes everything look provisional. She read an essay in which his name appeared in only a footnote, and she understood, with the practical clarity of a craftsman assessing a ruined casting, that the forgetting had arrived. She took the key from the drawer, and put on a coat that did not flatter her, and went without ceremony. The building was exactly as structures with secrets prefer to be, unremarkable from the street, its windows clouded, its brickwork tired but not decrepit. Dust had gathered at the threshold as if standing watch. The key turned with a reluctant correctness, and the door opened onto a darkness that felt less like absence and more like a thing that had been waiting with its breath held. She stepped inside and paused until her eyes translated shadow. Light bled through stained glass on the high walls, fractured into sullen tinctures, and clarified the scale of the place. 10,000 square feet is just a statistic until you witness how much quiet it can hold. The studio was a cathedral that had replaced prayer with making. If one belongs to stone and line, one recognizes at once when a room has been mastered. Every surface has been conscripted. The sculptures rose from plinths packed tightly enough that the air had to braid itself to pass between them. Paintings leaned in ranks against the walls and up one another. Faces turned in or out as if engaged in a conversation that had paused while they listened for footsteps. The dust lay thick, but it was gentler than neglect. It had settled the way snow settles, equally, indiscriminately, with a softness that implies respect. She did what everyone does upon entering a room that refuses casualness. She took small steps and made herself quiet. But the work itself was not quiet. But it didn't shout. It just insisted. Figures caught in the dilemma of movement that cannot complete. Gestures peeled from the moment before they became too eloquent to trust. Faces rendered an intimacy that pared away the vanity most faces wear even in death. The craft had not taught itself to merely be clever. It had learned restraint in the way a lighthouse learns restraint. By repeating the exact, necessary action without pride or complaint. The student reached out once and stopped her hand a breath before touch. Even the dust did not dare the skin. She moved deeper, and the room moved with her. The particular trick of a space that has been arranged by someone who solved it until it solved him back. The center is not a physical location, it's a command. In the middle of that vast, crowded nave stood the piece that had organized the rest into orbit. Even from a distance, it unseated the assumptions that allow most to stand upright. It was taller than any figure has a right to be indoors and detailed with an attention that mocked the human span of patience. At first it held itself as a figure might, the suggestion of a body being the courtesy by which a viewer is allowed to keep breathing. Then, as the student approached, the familiar dissolved into the exact, an arm not precisely an arm, a curve that recorded the memory of pressure without the lie of flesh, an architecture of tendons carrying a grammar beyond anatomy, a suggestion of face is not positioned to comfort but to witness. It was not grotesque. Grotesque is a failure of proportions. This was a fidelity to a structure that the living rarely concede exists. She felt the fresh, unarguable fear that belongs to recognition. At the base of that ascent sat Julian. He had not collapsed into a romance of death. He had arranged himself as one arranges a tool at the close of a long day, set down in a position that would make resumption efficient. His body had been given back what bodies borrow. He was curled without contortion, one hand open across his knee, the other closing still around the chisel that had eaten away its edge on the labor it had loved. His eyes were open, not with surprise, but with the flat insistence of a man who refuses to look away from the last line of a sentence while he's still reading it. The air near him held the dry, metallic scent of a room that had practiced silence until silence consented to stay. Cobwebs had found their lines, tracing delicate architecture from shoulder to plinth, from wrist to stone, minor faithful copies of the work above him. There are moments to speak and moments to keep inventory of one's breath. The student chose the latter. She circled the pedestal slowly, hands at her sides, shoulders set in the posture of someone walking a narrow path over a long drop. She read the work as a craftsman reads, measuring the radius of a curve with her eye, counting tool marks without counting, locating balances that would look like miracles to anyone who has never learned the arithmetic. She stopped at the foot and saw what he had left to be seen. A small brass plaque, polished despite the room's disuse, affixed to the stone with the care one gives to an epitaph. It contained only 3 words. What I saw. The simplicity did not cheapen what rose above it. It refused to explain on the grounds that explanation would be a cruelty. I stood where I prefer to stand, which is wherever I am the most courteous to the scene. I had watched her from the moment the key turned, watched through the observatory as she left her life behind for an hour that would lengthen a memory until it touched all the others. And then I watched from the thin, obliging shadows that every room affords me when it wishes to be understood. I did not move closer than respect permits. I did not speak. This was her first reading of a text that had taken a man's years to write. Interruption is vulgar. The piece was what it was. The sum end of a wish honored with exactitude, rendered into a shape that could hold the violence of that exactitude without blinking. She did not call the police or the press. She checked in the practical way of sensible people for any note that might instruct the living to perform an errand for the dead. She found none, only the unmistakable instructions implied by the room itself. After a long interval, she approached Julian and stood as one stands near a man who is almost sleeping and must not be woken. Her hand hovered inches above his shoulder and then fell. No touch could have been equal to the moment. She spared them both the indignity of trying. She turned, taking in the studio once more with the slow sweep of an archivist preparing a ledger, and began to walk back the way she had come. At the threshold, she looked over her shoulder only once, a glance quick enough to suggest modesty rather than reluctance. She left the key in the lock and did not close the door. When she had gone, the room did not change. I remained a while longer, not to gloat, but to conclude a witnessing. This is the quiet most mortals never reach. Not peace, but completion. The ledger in the archive that bears his name took on the calm weight to finish things. He died doing what he loved. The orb in the vaulted chamber that had gathered his days kept its glow intact. There would be time later for the world to discover this place, and time later for me to decide how long I wished it to remain undiscovered. For now, there was only the after sound of labor, the formal stillness of a room that had been worked to the end of a thought, and a man who had asked to never be empty and had made, from the fullness that followed, a shape that would occupy the space he vacated more honestly than rumor ever could. The plaque said enough. The dust had made itself at home here, but it is not the dust of neglect. It is the soft, even settling of time choosing a place to rest. The scent of stone still lingers, dry and faintly metallic, as though the air remembers the chisel's bite. I walk without hurry. My steps leave no mark, but the silence adjusts to accommodate me, the way it does for old friends. The studio is unchanged since the day Julian set his chisel down for the last time. The sculptures stand in their neat procession, the paintings lean in their patient angles, and the light through the fractured glass drapes everything in shifting fragments of color. Yet all of it, for all its beauty, is merely the prologue to the centerpiece. It towers before me now, that final work, impossible, inevitable, and precise, equal parts divine and monstrous. It radiates a truth that will not be softened for the sake of those who look upon it. From certain angles, it seems almost human. From others, it escapes entirely into some architectural form that belongs to neither flesh nor dream. Faces appear and vanish, each bearing an expression that resists translation. Limbs fold into spires, curves resolve into questions. It is a language without alphabet, and yet it speaks fluently to anyone willing to listen too long. I step closer and let my gaze travel over the vast surface, tracing the years of devotion embedded in each line. I see the discipline, the relentlessness, the refusal to turn away when the visions became too heavy to carry. He asked for unending inspiration, and I had given it. And here was the sum. Beauty beyond the reach of language, shaped at the cost of everything else. He got what he asked for, and oh, how he gave us unimaginable beauty in return. I say, my voice soft against the still air. I let the words settle, and they do not echo. The room swallows them the way a sea swallows a stone. My eyes shift then, not upward but beyond, toward the shadows gathered behind the towering form. There, in a recess of deliberate concealment, is something else. A detail so fine, so carefully hidden. It feels as though it was never meant to be found. I do not step closer. Some distances are not meant to be crossed. And yet, my voice even quieter now. Even now, I wonder if Julian Merrick saw something he wasn't meant to. The light through the fractured glass trembles and moves on. I remain a while longer, watching the sculpture as it watches me. Some pieces are carved from more than stone. Hey everyone, Kevin from Nightmares Nightly here. I just want to thank you all for listening all the way through. I know these Dealmaker stories tend to be a bit more of a slow burn, and if you stick around and enjoy them, it really means a lot. This series is one of my favorites to write because it lets me wander into the philosophical side of things, digging into the human mind, our desires, our longings, and the quiet roots that feed them. So, to everyone who stays for these slower, more deliberate tales, thank you. You make telling them worth it. If you enjoy these, please consider becoming a member, where I do plan to upload every week. And as always, thanks for listening, everybody. The shadows of my realm listen most keenly when I speak about things mortals mistake for mercy. Nostalgia, for instance. You hold it up to the light like a polished stone and tell yourselves it soothes. It does not. It is a pleasant counterfeit, an agreeable fog painted over old roads, until even the bruises look like stories you meant to write that way. When you say, "If only I could begin again," you are not asking for childhood. You are asking for a clean slate. You want new beginnings. You want the right to touch fire, and then insist you did not know what fire was. You want a clean ledger without surrendering the hand that wrote the debt. Beginning again is not the same as becoming new. A beginning is a corridor governed by rules. Childhood is governed most of all. Its grace is not freedom but ignorance. The mind clean of comparisons, the heat unarmored by outcomes, the world arriving as a succession of firsts that have not yet learned how to disappoint. Adults confuse that freshness with the absence of responsibility and decide that they would like both. The wonder and the wisdom. The permission and the power. But a man who keeps his memory while asking for a second start is not returning to innocence. He is moving into a smaller home with all of his old furniture. The windows will be bright, but the walls will be close. I am not a vandal of souls. I do not snatch lives from bodies or slip strangers into cradles. I accept terms and execute them with the precision they deserve. If you ask cleanly, you may receive cleanly. There are rules even I keep. I will not dispossess a living child. I will not wedge an adult mind into a newborn and call it mercy. There are other means. Time in my domain does not run. It arranges, and I can step through the webs of it, and tune the small probabilities the way a conductor lifts a hand and a section breathes on the beat. I can prepare a place, a vessel, healthy, whole, waiting the rooms of a life built to exact measure with the lights politely off. When the hour comes, the door opens. No one is moved aside. The house is not stolen. It is simply occupied. This will all come to bear later. You imagine you miss childhood itself. In truth, what you really miss is not knowing. That is a different request, and almost no one is brave enough to make it. They want the astonishment of first snow and the prudence to avoid frostbite. They want to love like the first time and keep the map of every road that leads away from regret. Wonder and memory do not share a bed. If you insist on carrying one, the other must sit on the floor and watch you sleep. This is not cruelty. It is the grammar of beginnings. Ask to keep your wisdom and you will keep it. But you will also lose the discovery that made it dear. Ask to forget and you will lose the self who asked. Precision is a kindness. I never add it for you. But you, listeners, know that by now, of course. And Stephen came to me the way such men do, with careful fatigue, with a life arranged into tidy disappointments, with the posture of someone who has learned to knock softly on doors he doubts he will ever open. He did not ask for riches or the applause of strangers. He did not even ask for youth. He wanted the corridor itself. I wish to be a child again, he said. I told him, as I am obliged to tell anyone who chooses a wish that removes agency while preserving comprehension, that it may not be as great as he thinks it is. People are romantic about rules until they hear them enforced. Are you sure? I asked. Yes, he said, with the calm of a man who has convinced himself that clarity is the same as safety. So I did what I always do. I honored his sentence exactly as he spoke it. I walked to the galleries where hours hang like glass, selected the strand that would bear his weight, and arranged what needed arranging years before he ever found the courage to say my name. Somewhere in the mortal city, a house made room. A child-shaped place learned to walk. A pair of decent hearts laughed a second longer than usual, and did not know they had been granted an answer to a prayer they had dared not to voice aloud. When the appointed night arrived and the paper crown lay on a kitchen table beside an uneaten slice of cake, I opened a scene where sleep is hemmed and showed Stephen his beginning. He had kept everything that makes beginnings bright from the outside and heavy from within. He would discover, as all of you do when you are granted exactly what you ask, that the wait is the point. That is the work. No tricks, no stains left on the floor. A gentleman meets the terms and leaves the room intact. Stephen asked to begin again, and insisted on carrying all of his endings with him. I gave him the corridor. The doors along it would be locked and labeled by other hands. He would learn what all petitioners learn at the end of a clean bargain. The ruin, if it arrives, does not come from me. It comes from the wish, executed perfectly, meeting the individual exactly as they are. The night had performed its favorite winter trick and turned the small city playground into a museum of stillness. Frost silvered the chains so they hang faintly when the wind remembered them. The slide wore a narrow moon where the lamp failed. The sandbox had skinned over with a translucent rind that would crack with a sound like fine porcelain if a careless heel tested it. I stepped from the long shadow under the slide and rested my cane upon the ground. The cold steadied itself out of manners to me. Courtesy offered first is almost always returned. Allow me to delve into some more specifics on how Stephen summoned me. Stephen stood near the swings with his hands in his coat pockets. The 39 hits slightly differently on different men. On him it looked tidy, the way careful disappointment can become a style. He watched me arrive without reaching for disbelief, without the nervous laugh mortals deploy when they suspect the door they have knocked upon has opened for them. I prefer such men. They waste less of both of our time. You chose a precise stage, I say, letting my voice land softly so as not to startle the quiet. Children leave their weather behind here. What is it you would like to borrow from them? He gave a breath of a laugh that contained no humor. Not borrow, begin. I want to begin again. Everything I do now feels like a postscript, like I'm writing in margins that were filled before I got the page. Margins are for men who negotiate with themselves, I said, surveying the small repairs in the ground where a bolt had once torn free. You do not strike me as a negotiator. You strike me as a man who has made peace with small losses and is bored of the courtesy. That's accurate. Then be precise with your wish, I said, turning to face him fully. The cane tip traced a neat crescent in the frost and did not scuff it. Precision is a kindness, Mr. I left the name unasked. Names have their own gravity. Be unambiguous with yourself and with me. He looked at me with the steadiness of a man who has rehearsed a single sentence for weeks and fears he will ruin it with too much throat. When he spoke, it was clean. I wish to be a child again. The air hurt him. It often does. Beneath the ordinary chill, something held its breath. I did not gild the moment. Well, it may not be as great as you think it is, I said. And there was no threat in the warning, only a gentleman's refusal to let another gentleman drink a vintage without glancing at the label. Are you sure? Yes, he said, and the word wore less bravado than fatigue and less fantasy than clarity. He neither blinked nor looked away. Very well. As you wish, I answered. I tipped my hat for old habits and for exactitude, and let the shadow of the slide receive me. The night obliged by forgetting I had been there. On the way home, yes, I call it that. The word means something different where I am. The realm arranged itself around my steps with its usual dry amusement. In the observatory, the city's hours hung like glass. I traced a finger along the strand that would soon bear his weight, felt the hum that lives where choices intersect, and smiled the small smile of a craftsman who recognizes a clean commission. In the Hall of Echoes, other wishes murmured their residua, requests for wealth that arrived as isolation, for love that arrived as possession, for peace that arrived as silence. They do not trouble me. They are not mine, they are theirs, honored precisely. Before the window, I paused and let the world lean a fraction closer. A kitchen where a construction paper crowns dry atop a refrigerator. A nursery whose mobile has learned the patience of air. A pair of decent hearts asleep and last beneath a blanket together. Time in my domain does not run, but it arranges. The strand I wanted glowed with the modest brightness of inevitability. I did not tug, I tuned. Somewhere in the city, a laugh would last 1 second longer than usual and turn into forgiveness. A train would be delayed by a police dog interested in the wrong suitcase. A bedside clock would blink 12 o'clock and set the night slightly askew. No thunder, no theft. Courtesy extended and returned. Stephen had asked for a beginning. He would keep his endings. The corridor would be ready when he woke. And when he discovered, as all petitioners do, that the rules are the point, he would be astonished to learn that astonishment is part of the wish he had made. I stepped back into the shadows and entered my domain. There is a passage in my domain that opens only when one asks time to behave itself. Not to hurry, not to stall, simply to show its workings. I call it the Weave of Hours. It is vaulted and austere, the way cathedrals would look if they were built by calendars. From the arching dark hang strands of brightness like harp strings, each a chronology trembling with its own music. Where lives intersect, the light hums a little louder. Where choices are made, it tightens to a note that will not quite resolve until the hand has left the key. Stephen's wish lay warm in my pocket like a coin a gentleman has agreed to honor. I walked the aisle of hanging hours until I reached a modest, steadfast thread labeled by no hand but mine. A marriage that had withstood 2 miscarriages. A tenderness hardened into caution. 2 people who did not mistake decency for dullness. Maya and Aaron Klein. I touched their strand and felt the fatigue in it. And beneath the fatigue, the stubborn persistence of hope. That feeling of hope gave me fond and at the same time bitter memories of one such janitor who got the better of me. But I will not go into the tale of Marvin at this moment. Tuning begins with the small things. That train held at a platform because a police dog found a smell interesting for reasons no one will ever discover. And Aaron will miss the connection and arrive home 40 minutes later, grateful to have failed at efficiency for once. That bedside clock that blinks 12 o'clock after a momentary power flicker. A storm that promises to be harsh and delivering only rain. The sound on the roof is gentler than their fear prepared them for, and relief opens the chest the way a good chorus does. None of it is coercion. It is courtesy. An invitation extended to probability to show its kinder face. Maya and Aaron do the rest. When the hour arrives, it's not fireworks, it's a hush. They go about their business creating a new life. And you see, there is a moment in conception when the blinding light of a soul finds its vessel and takes up residence. It alights, untroubled, faithful to the ancient arithmetic of the universe. And in that instant, I made a request I seldom make. I asked the light to find somewhere else. This vessel has been marked. No soul enters. The newborn vessel calls to be filled, yearns for it. But I assure it that the request will be fulfilled in time. The architecture of creation, preceded by a being way more powerful than I, proceeds. The cells divide according to the discipline that has governed them since matter learned ambition. Since the Creator created. Rooms form, windows set themselves true, a heart learns its rhythm, The house is built to exact measure and stands with the lights politely off. I'm not stealing shelter from anyone. There are plenty of vessels asking to be filled. I am preparing a place for one to arrive. And when the time comes, labor for Maya is strenuous and this one quite untheatrical. The room smells the way such rooms tend to. Lemon, metal, chlorine, bleach. The particular clean of a place that expects to meet blood and refuses to moralize it. When the baby is born, he is immediately and undisputably real. He meets every test with flourish, his cries polite. He latches as if he read about it. The chart will call him uncomplicated. They name him Evan. It would be inaccurate to say that Evan is empty. Houses are not empty because guests have not yet arrived. Houses have currents, settled air, the potential energy of a door that's going to open, the light waiting to be turned on. Evan grows in that hush. His milestones tick like a metronome. Head lifts, roll, sit, stand, steps. His gaze does not slide off faces so much as pass through them towards some middle distance where faces have not yet made their claims. He smiles, because smiles are answered and answers are always pleasant and everyone seems to smile. Evan sleeps deeply. He learns a handful of words and deploys them with the accuracy of a clerk who will be a good accountant one day. Maya loves him with the ferocity of a woman who has counted losses. She watches him with the worry of someone who knows too much. Aaron learns a choreography of fatherhood without rehearsals. The long walk at 3 a.m, the steady hand on small fevered backs, the jokes of practice being brave so fear doesn't have to. Back in my domain, years compress in the weave. The strand warms as birthdays knot themselves into place with small paper crowns and cakes from bakeries that know how to spell names on icing without making letters smug. Evan has a favorite truck and a favorite corner, and the kind of quiet that reassures most visitors and unsettles only those who listen. Maya, alone at the sink one evening, stares out at a dark yard and tries to name the feeling that someone visits her when Evan is in her lap and the world behaves. It isn't fear. It isn't sadness. It is the knowledge that love is also stewardship, and stewardship requires faith in what you cannot measure. She decides to call it gratitude, and she's not wrong. From my side of the veil, I attend to the tuning, but not to the living. I do not intrude. The courtesy I extend to probabilities, I also extend to the people who must carry them. The strand thrums with a date that approaches with the calm inevitability of a tide that knows its shoreline. You would call it his 3rd birthday. In my ledger, it is the hour when a sentence will be honored in full, neither trimmed nor padded, and a house long prepared will open its door. I have not made a child. I have simply made a place for one to arrive. On my side, 3 years had already found their places like books shelved by a patient librarian. On his, on Stephen's, no second had passed. I returned to Stephen in the same winter air that held his breath a moment before and let the world forget the difference. Wishes, when honored precisely, do not shout. They arrive with the authority of things that were always going to happen. In the Klein house, night had been tidied. A paper crown slouched on the kitchen counter beside a slice of cake surrendered half-eaten to sleep. Streamers leaned as if listening. In the nursery, the mobile above the crib rotated once, and then remembered stillness. Evan lay on his side in the practiced curl of a child who trusts the room. I stood where the dark meets the darker, and put my gloved hand to the seam where sleep is neatly hemmed. It is not a door. Doors imply hinges, and hinges imply ownership. It is a fold. One lifts it with care. On the far side of that fold, Stephen waited in the exact instant after his yes, after his wish. His sentence lay unspent and ready. "Come," I said, not aloud and not with force. Invitation is sufficient when terms are clean. I threaded him through, not as a weight through fabric, but as a note through a reed. No thunder, no draft. The air changed its mind, and then pretended it has always intended to be this temperature. The meeting of mind and vessel is not a fight when both have been prepared to avoid cruelty. Evan's body, healthy and whole, learned a new occupant the way a well-built house learns a new family. Without creak or complaint, Stephen woke in smallness. He sat up too quickly. As all newly small people do, the world leaned. He swung his legs over the crib rail as if they would remember their old length, and the floor corrected him. He landed on his knees, surprised by the close distance between intention and ground, and pulled himself upright by the bars. He tried to say wait. "Wait," his mouth offered. His mind still tried to use the same mechanics as his older body, but now he was using a 3-year-old tongue. The sound startled him more than the fall. He tried again, "What?" and found the letter larger than his lips. He stopped, chest heaving in the clipped rhythm of a child who is not in danger, but cannot convince his body of that fact. A mere moment ago, he was at a playground in a 39-year-old body. Now he's in the body of a child. He looked down at his hands, turned them over, recognized their competence for blocks and their incompetence for signatures, and experienced the precise heartbreak of a man who has not miscalculated, but has encountered a rule. The house knew the sound of that kind of breath. Maya came first, feet sore and sure along a path she could walk blind. She lifted him with the confidence of a woman who has practiced calm until it became muscle memory. "Hey, sweetheart," she said, voice already soothing the air. "Bad dream?" Stephen looked at her and saw all of her. The fatigue, the clean shirt put on before bedtime, the half-formed anxiety she never says aloud because worry likes to feel invited. He understood it and could do nothing with his understanding. He tried to say, "I'm here," the adult assurance to the adult in the room. What arrived was, "I'm here," which to her ear was toddlerish and therefore correct. Behind her, Aaron filled the doorway with the proper amount of concern. "Everything okay?" he asked softly. Maya nodded and pressed Stephen's forehead to her cheek to take his temperature, and found that he was okay. "Just a little spooked," she said, and rocked once and twice. She set him back down to bed, and Stephen found himself falling quickly asleep. The wish that he made revealed its price most clearly in ordinary rooms. Breakfast was the first reminder. He woke wanting coffee, a plan, and the quiet that adults earn by paying their bills. He was given banana slices, a plastic cup, and a schedule recited in a kind voice. First breakfast, then shoes, then jacket, then car. He understood the logic and hated it. When he turned his head, the spoon followed. When he pushed it away, the hand guiding it grew firm. "We don't throw food." The phrase was gentle and absolute. He complied. How badly he craved his own autonomy. Losing it feels like an insult even when it arrives wrapped as care from his own mother. Daycare made the insult systemic. A poster on the wall promised that, "We make good choices." The day was a grid. Circle time, writing time, sharing time, quiet time. He saw the structure's sense. He also saw where it missed. During writing practice, they traced big bubble letters with stubby pencils. He knew letters. He knew the sound they made and the words they built and the way sentences work when they carry weight. His hand didn't. The muscles in his forearm trembled with the effort of a single careful stroke. The pencil skidded, the line broke. "Follow the arrows," the teacher said, tapping a dotted A. He followed. The A looked like a fallen ladder. He burned with the humiliation of being drilled in what he already understood. When he pressed harder, the point snapped. "Soft hands," she reminded him. He wanted to tell her that his hands were not the part that needed instruction. He said no, because it was the only word his circumstance allowed for which he felt any ownership. "Time out," she answered, pointing to a chair against the wall. Then he was forced to nap. He lay on a thin mat while 30 other bodies breathed around him and stared at a ceiling where light settled in polite rectangles. He did not sleep. He had learned as a man how to push through the noon-hour slump with work or a walk or bitter coffee. Here, rest was not a choice. It was policy. When he shifted, an aide pressed a finger to her lips and pointed to the blanket. "Eyes closed." And he closed them because he had no vote, no say in life. The room hummed with small snores and the fluorescent ballast. He counted the seconds and felt time itself take on the texture of discipline. Crossing streets became a tutorial in the difference between knowledge and permission. He could read the angle of a car's tires, the posture of a driver leaning too far over the wheel, the way a turn signal confesses impatience. He adjusted his pace and reached the curb with a small pivot that would have saved a grown man's ankle. The hand on his wrist tightened anyway. "Hold on," Maya said, maternal and efficient. She wasn't wrong. Safety is correct. And being correct while powerless is its own punishment. He kept his face calm and saved his anger for later, a discipline most adults never even master. And oh my, the house enforced vegetables. He knew nutrition, could list fiber content and long-term cardiovascular benefit, could recite the research on pallets and repeated exposure. The plate arrived. Broccoli, carrots, a portion of chicken that made mathematical sense. 3 bites or no dessert. Oh, it was maddening to absorb as law, the very rubric he would have used as advice. He chewed and swallowed and glared at no one, because he didn't want to get in trouble again. When he said he wasn't hungry, the conversation moved to consequences. "We don't waste," Aaron said, not unkindly. "You need food to grow." He ate the last forkful not because he agreed, but because a man learns when to lose. He was 3. He couldn't win. "Good job," someone said. Later on, not that night but another night, as Stephen grew older, he spoke to the ceiling, spoke to the dark. He did not ask for release, he asked for reach, for the ability to be heard at his true scale, to be treated as someone who could help carry the day he was already lifting. "Let them listen," he whispered. I visited once. The clock made its small sound. He sat upright in the crib with the blanket around his shoulders like a coat. "Make them listen," he said. I stepped from the shadows. "Well, Stephen, you did not ask to be listened to. You asked to be a child again. Children are listened to when it suits those in charge. He looked at me with a grown man's anger in a small boy's eyes. It isn't fair. It is. After all, I gave you what you asked for. And if you think being a 3-year-old child is rough, then step back and be grateful, Stephen, that I did not put you in the body of a baby. That, my friend, would be a very prison in and of itself. He glared and I left. Years arranged themselves into tidy reports and themed bulletin boards. Stephen read early. The adults were pleased and relieved, then industrious about it. Papers came home stamped with small animals and a new word: gifted. The label opened doors and narrowed hallways. He learned to feign confusion when attention became a spotlight instead of a lamp, tilting his head at an easy question, adding a beat or two before an answer, allowing a mistake to stand because fixing it would bury him only under a meeting and a smile he had no use for. Competence bought him pull-out sessions behind a glass wall where he finished worksheets in half the time and stared at the clock for the other half. He understood the charity in the program and hated the architecture. When a child performs well enough, he's removed from the room when the day happens. Peers arrive like reruns. No one's fault. Simply the physics of being older inside than your bones report. He was kind. He learned how to translate irritation into helpfulness, how to join a game at the edge without inheriting its rules. Birthdays were loud and repetitive in their joys. He sang and clapped and watched the choreography unfold as if he'd seen the rehearsal. There was one bright adult, a teacher with a soft voice and a spine that did not bend for convenience. She did not mistake quiet for calm or speed for understanding. She watched him for a month without commentary and then, when the class filed to lunch, asked him, "Is it hard to be in your head?" He said yes. She nodded and didn't pretend to have a solution. The mercy was in the absence of prescription. She rearranged a few small things, gave him the job of turning off the projector, let him read a chapter ahead if he promised not to discuss it until the others caught up. She did her best to give him as much responsibility as he could handle. The years gathered into a dependable abrasion. Competence without autonomy is sand in a hinge, sand in a gear. Everything opens, but with more resistance than it should. He learned the choreography of solutions. Do the assignment, do the extra credit, leave the last question wrong so the teacher has something to mark in red and feel useful. Praise arrived on schedule. He rationed it. When he was moved ahead in reading and math and all kinds of arithmetic, he discovered that the new room carried the same rules in just a slightly different font. He cycled through hobbies the way thoughtful people cycle through diets. Small experiments in control. It was hard to really like anything because one of the joys of being a child is experiencing things for the first time. And as an adult in a child's body, he had done all of this already. No new discovery, no innovation, no enjoyment. All of it was binding. He endured, and endurance aged him without telling his face. From the corner where windows make shadows thickest, I watched the bargain hold. He had wanted a beginning and insisted on keeping his endings. The crisis was not cinematic. It was a Tuesday with the heat that stacked on the shoulders. He planned a small escape to the library to choose a book that he hasn't read yet. He left a note that said he was going to think. He got 3 blocks before a neighbor with a kindly face and unearned certainty walked him home with a hand on his shoulder and a lesson about worry. The consequence was gentle and annihilating. Privileges reduced, passwords to his devices changed, a meeting with a counselor who spoke in rounded phrases. He nodded. Because getting an attitude would only buy him more consequences. 18 arrived like a clerk with a stamp. A majority. And paper said he fit, the day didn't. The old frictions did not smooth with the new date. At this point, Stephen had become heavily medicated, never finding the joy in life, never finding anything exciting or exhilarating the way children do. Seasons turned heavy, depressions that settled like wet wool, panic that sprinted and fell, brief bursts of frightening clarity that made everything feel too sharp to hold. I started over and brought the old storms with me, he told a nurse once. Maya and Aaron loved him to the end of their strength, and then passed it, which is what love is. They learned the choreography of crisis, breathing exercises, late-night drives by Stephen, the quiet inventory of knives. The night it broke, it did so without spectacle. Stephen speaking in fragments too fast, speaking about a life that he supposedly lived before this one, about a deal made with a shadowy figure in his other life. I smirked slightly at that. Eyes fixed on a corner no one else could name, hands shaking with the effort of explaining a reality whose rules would not stand up. By morning, consent forms. By afternoon, a bed in a psych ward. This institution felt and smelled much like the one he was born in. Lemon and antiseptic, chlorine and bleach. Laminated calendars overheard their own lies. The rec room's windows opened an inch. The sanctioned distance between air and policy. He learned the choreography of supervised living. Groups, meds, vitals, check-ins. He was compliant, then resistant, then compliant again, recognizing quickly that resistance spends energy he could not afford to give. A tech praised him for engagement. He memorized the night nurse's steps and the cleaner's radio station because knowing patterns gave him something to do. The therapy was a mirror that would not acknowledge the room behind him. I was a man once, he said. And even though it was true, no one believed it. The note on his chart read fixed belief. He began to speak less. He wrote less, too. The notebooks he kept. They spoke of a life that Stephen once lived that no one believed. Because, of course, in this life, Stephen had become Evan, and Stephen no longer existed. I stood where the camera could not see, not that a camera could see me anyways, in the slim shadow behind the TV cart, and watched him castle against himself playing chess. A laugh escaped me, quiet, precise. The rare sound of symmetry concluding. It echoed in the halls, and Stephen turned his head. Hearing that once before, but not quite remembering where. Wishes that are honored. Wishes like that exactly always find their terminal shape. He asked to be a child again. I honored it faithfully, and the world did the rest to unravel him. I walked the ward's corridor without footsteps, letting the lemon and antiseptic pass through me, letting the posted calendars keep their polite lies about next Tuesday's craft hour. Behind each door, someone negotiated with the rules of a room. Back in the observatory, the city below looked like a field of held breath. I turned from it and took the other stair down into the weave of hours back into my domain, where lives hang in orderly brightness and intersections hum with their unspent choices. Stephen's strand waited where I left it, no longer tense with expectation, not slack with waste. The bright knot where he entered the vessel held its light with the calm of a completed task. I touched it lightly. Nothing flared. Nothing dimmed. People call me cruel when the symmetry offends them. Cruelty is sloppy. I am precise. This deal was governance. Terms honored. Clocks kept. A door opened to the exact corridor he requested. You may be tempted to object on his behalf. You may say nostalgia should be kinder, that starting over should come bundled with forgiveness, that childhood without ignorance is a fairy tale someone ought to write for the tired. Well, I say, nostalgia is a tax collector. It does not forgive. It itemizes. Ask to keep what you know while beginning again. An agency and autonomy will be what you pay. Happiness, excitement, exhilaration. You won't be able to experience anything for the first time again. You will never be excited, never know the joy of taking your first steps, of remembering your own birthday, the joy of a first kiss, of working up the courage to hold her hand, because you've already done it. That is how it works. That is nostalgia with memory. I do not regret, and I do not apologize. I sat in my domain in the shadows. I keep ledgers. This one reads, a man wished to be a child again, a house prepared, a vessel received. The world enforced its ordinary mercy with the ordinary violence of rules. He endured with competence, which is a quieter bravery than you cheer for, and the only kind most of you will ever need. I closed the ledger. I laughed, and it echoed. The shadows of my realm attend when I speak of doubt. They prefer it to triumph, and so do I. Doubt is not a defect. Doubt is a discipline. It slows the hand before it signs, it steadies the breath before it speaks, checks the door before it closes. In a room where doubt is worshipped, doubt is treated as weakness. In rooms where lives are weighed, doubt is the last honest custodian. You call certainty strength because it relieves you of the nuisance of reflection. You forget that reflection is what keeps a conscience from cracking. Those who summon me rarely ask for patience or craft or the long apprenticeship that turns effort into grace. They ask for shortcuts. They ask to stop feeling the weight that makes their steps careful. They ask for the key without the door. When they say they hunger for clarity, what they often want is permission to ignore their own questions, and yet I am not a censor. I am a gentleman who keeps terms. If a sentence is clean, I honor it cleanly. There are lives that sharpen this subject to a point. The hospital is one of the few human chapels where doubt and decisiveness must share a chair. In such corridors, a choice is an instrument, not an ornament. The monitors do not flatter. The chart does not clap. A physician does not have the luxury of refusing a fork in the road until the clouds deliver a sign. She decides, she pays, she learns. And when night comes, she carries the residue of hours that should never live outside their walls. Most mortals carry that residue poorly. They drape it in pride or drown it in habit. A handful attempt to refine it into wisdom. Those are the ones who interest me. I have walked the fluorescent hush of emergency departments while the city sleeps and the day workers clean. I have seen the quiet aftermath after the sirens rest. I have watched hands with expert memory reach without searching. The public speaks of miracles, the staff speaks of odds. In that world, perfection would be a monster. Perfection would punish the very humility that keeps mortals from turning into gods of their own paperwork. Doubt holds the line. Doubt is the steward that makes space for kindness to intervene when math has already closed its book. When a mortal asks me to remove that steward, I do not correct the request. I state the terms of the removal. This story begins where such requests gather. A small chapel behind double doors no visitor notices. A handful of votives working against institutional light. A ledger of names folded under a wooden box meant for donations that buy more coffee often than security. She comes to that room in the quiet between endings and beginnings. You would know her by the stillness she carries after motion, by the careful economy of a body that has learned not to waste a second, by the way her eyes visit every surface for half a heartbeat before consenting to rest. She is weary without theatrics. She is exact without vanity. Her colleagues trust her hands. Her residents fear her silence. Her mother wonders why the phone rings after midnight. She is not a villain, she is not a saint. She is a professional who has earned the right to hate melodrama and to deserve mercy. None of that matters to my part in this. What matters is the sentence she will speak. Before she speaks it, I attend to a preface she does not give aloud. Years ago, a child died under her watch. Not through neglect, not through cruelty, but through the arithmetic that governs bodies when tools, time, and training meet a limit. The child is not a parable. The child was a person. A room contains that absence in a way that no report can memorialize. She learned the lesson mortals call unforgiving. There are hours in which no choice is good, only honest. Since then, she has worked within doubt as one works within weather. She checks, consults, verifies, and then chooses. Most days the craft holds. Some nights it fails. On those nights, she does not pray for resurrection. She prays for the removal of the drag that keeps her awake and human. This is not a request for virtue. This is a request for freedom from ballast. It is fashionable to praise certainty. It photographs well. It can be sold to administrators, investors, and voters without a footnote. But certainty without doubt is a blade without a sheath. It cuts wherever it is set down. It cuts when there was no intention to cut. In the hands of those who heal, such a blade will make a ledger that glitters in a life that starves. I could refuse such bargains, but I do not. I honor them so that the lesson can complete its arc and be read in a language mortals still understand when applause is faded. I do not traffic in punishment. I catalog consequences. When a mortal trades the slow tutoring of their questions for an answer key, I provide the key. I measure what the key unlocks. I write nothing on the invoice. The chapel door opens on a hinge that does not squeal. She does not look surprised to find me. She has heard the rumors. She painted no circles, butchered no goats, recited no syllables smuggled out of desserts. She brought honesty, and that is always enough. I incline my head because manners survive where sacraments rot. I do not touch the candles, the fire is not mine. She does not trouble me with etymology or fear. She looks at me with the same appraising gaze she gives a failing patient and weighs the instrument before the hand. I approve of this. Understand this before she begins. I never sell salvation. I sell exactness. I state constraints. I repeat them until the room itself could recite them. I will never bar a soul from its ruin if the soul has requested the routine with clarity. I do not teach through riddles, I teach through fidelity. This is not cruel, it is governance. When you encounter it in your world, you call it policy and resent it because it does not soften from your favorite person. When you encounter it in mine, you call it cold and forget that it is what keeps me from becoming a tyrant. I follow the rules. She walks past me and enters a confessional. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been 2 months. She waited for the acknowledgement and then began. I work in the emergency department. I made a call that cost a child her life. I chose to intubate before imaging. The airway was difficult. We lost time. We lost her. She took a breath. I keep hearing a colleague say imaging would have shown a bleed. I keep hearing myself answer that without an airway, that the scan is a prayer. I go home and run through every branch. I come back and repeat it with other patients and get it right. I cannot make the night of that child stop. The priest's reply was gentle and immediate. You did what you were trained to do. You acted out of care. The Lord sees the heart. The Lord knows you did not mean to harm. She did not argue that. I know what I intended, but that does not change what happened. I can't hold my partner's hand. I can't eat. I can't... I leave my mother's messages unanswered because I don't have a voice that won't break her. I am a physician, and I am becoming someone who is only a physician at work and no one at home. I am angry at God when I am alone, and I hate that I am still using the word. The priest began the slow work of lifting guilt into doctrine. He spoke of culpability, of material and formal cooperation with evil, of proportionate reason in decisions where every path carries harm. He told her the child is not a lesson and that the parents have the Lord's attention in a way that is not a prize but a presence. She listened, she agreed. None of it moved her away from the ledge inside her. He asked her to repeat after him the act of contrition. She did, word by word, with the care of a person counting the pharmaceuticals. His hand rose inside the booth to grant absolution. And in that moment, I paused time. The flame in the votive glass held still. Dust chose a place to rest midair. The clock conceded silence. I stepped from where I had stood and took the seat the priest had occupied. I left him where he was, intact, untouched by any violence except the interruption of a moment that would find him again in a heartbeat. The screen held its metal crosshatch and it's dark. I spoke, and she understood at once that something had altered. Voices trained to comfort have a certain warmth. Mine carries a colder promise. She said one word without formality. "Who?" "You called. I answered," I said. She drew in a breath that belonged to a runner who had reached the door. "I didn't call anyone." "Yes, but intention is sufficient. You asked to be released from the drag that keeps you human. You asked to change the terms that govern your doubts. You asked God for exemption and your own craft for certainty. My chair is where such requests are deposited when neither God nor the devil takes them." "Are you here to tempt me or to mock me?" "I do not tempt. I keep terms. If you want something, I will give you exactly what you ask and nothing you do not ask. I will not decorate your wish. I will not sand its edges. You can walk out with absolution, which will touch the soul and leave the days unchanged. Or you can state your sentence and bind yourself to its precision." She did not rush. She was used to orders barked and carried. This required neither bark nor carry. "What do you think I want?" "Yes, well, you want the right choice without the weight of the choosing. You want the fork to announce its answer in a voice you can trust so that your hands can move and your nights can sleep. You want the return of a child you will not get and the prevention of the next child you might lose to a different arithmetic. You want to stop bargaining with the part of you that hesitates before choosing a door." "I want to make the right call every time." I opened the sliding panel. The wood moved and the crosshatch ceased to pretend at privacy. She saw only my hat and the clean line of a gloved hand and understood whatever mannered myth she had stored for what I am, and that I was now sitting with her and not a rumor. She did not recoil. She was not a woman who startles in small spaces. "Say it." She held my gaze. "Show me the right choice every time." "Terms. You will feel certainty only at forks. No visions, no trumpet. A pressure that resolves toward one path. The measure of right will be fixed. It will be maximal expected benefit for the most lives of the shortest horizon available to a mortal mind in motion. That horizon is brief. You will still act. You will retain all responsibility. I will not execute anything for you. You may not alter the measure later because you discover the numbers do not warm your hands." "Optimal, not kind." "Optimal is not kind, it is efficient. I will not rename it to comfort you." "If I say yes, I'll save more patience." You will save more patience. You will not save all. You will sleep. You will lose other things that do not rank on the metric. You know some of their names already. "Will I become a monster?" you would become exact. Monstrosity is a judgment others will make when they discover that your exactness does not include them. Some will praise you with the same lack of depth that others will condemn you. Neither will be your concern if you accepted these terms. If I refuse, I go on how I am. You go on how you are, with the ballast that keeps you from capsizing and the ache that keeps you from rusting. Do I owe you anything, Hafter? You owe me nothing beyond the sentence you speak. I will keep the ledger because I keep ledgers. You owe your rooms whatever you always owed them. If you wish to bargain for absolution, the other chair is waiting for its next heartbeat. Show me the right choice every time. The chapel did not stutter, the light did not perform. Her face did not glow. The only change was the removal of noise. A mind that had lived under a constant weather of second appraisal found a still barometer. A pressure calibrated itself to point. She felt it, and did not speak of feeling. She was too well trained to narrate the tools she had picked up. Done. Remember, forks only. Will I ever be able to undo this? No. You may live with it. You may learn its edges, and the edges may learn you. You may discover that nothing ever breaks cleanly. You may call that cruelty, but it will be precision. I closed the panel. I stood. I let time breathe again. The priest's hand had completed the blessing he had begun, and he spoke the words of absolution with the dignity of his office. She answered in the correct voice and made the correct sign. The priest never knew he had shared a box with me, but she knew. She did not look around for me when she rose. She placed a folded bill in the donation slot without show, and left by the side door that staff use when they are too tired to be seen. In my realm, the weave adjusted. No fanfare, no verdict. A strand acquired a new tension. In the chapel, the candles continued their small work. In the emergency department, a monitor called a nurse by name. In the apartment where her partner waited, a clock marked at the top of the hour. I had kept a precise bargain. The rest belonged to the hours that would test it. Certainty entered without parade. It presented itself to her as a clean pressure at each fork. No visions, no argument, only a vector that settled the question and waited to be obeyed. In the first hour, she met a 3-car collision and moved through the bays as if the room had been designed for this sequence. CT first, pressers now, call blood before imaging for 2, intubate the burn victim second. The residents hesitated on the burn. She did not. The airway held. The scans were red while blood was already moving. The drift toward worst outcomes slowed. The numbers on the board began to mean endurance rather than exit. Word spread in the way hospitals prefer. Not an email, not a memo. A nurse from nights told a nurse from days and Morales was running tight and clean. A tech from radiology adjusted a cue before being asked. The trauma surgeon who liked to perform authority arrived, found the lanes already clear, and chose to agree with what had already been decided. The janitor mopped between gurneys with room to work and looked relieved. He told his wife the job felt less heavy this week. Mortality dropped. Length of stay shortened by hours that are paid for in blood and in billing. Families saw their people sooner. The shop that sold coffee outside the elevators noticed that grief buying slowed and gratitude buying increased. The nurses began to use a phrase they distrust. They called it witchcraft of good. They did not mean superstition. They meant an order that did not insult their labor. They felt the room become bearable in the middle hours when most rooms crack. They did not know that a ruler they had not chosen was now settling every angle of each cut. The vector did not praise itself. It did what it always does when invited. It answered the question in front of her and withheld all others. She adjusted to it faster than most would. She had always known how to keep her ego behind the tool. She stopped bargaining with herself before every intubation. She stopped inviting the 3 counterfactuals to stand beside her. The certainty removed the drag. She issued decisions with full sentences and exact times. Orders were followed because there was no stray signal in her voice. A resident cried in the bathroom after a shift and did not know whether the tears were relief or fear of being seen as slow. He came back steadier the next day because the room did not permit wobble for long. Administration noticed. Numbers always find a way to be noticed. The deputy chief sent a note that included the phrase exceptional leadership. A meeting produced a chart with a descending line that gave the chief a reason to speak about excellence. There was talk of a pilot protocol based on her flow. She sat through the meeting and allowed the applause to pass over her without landing. She did not need celebration. She needed the next hour to begin on time. She left with 2 extra portable monitors and a promise that supply would no longer ration gowns in ways that punished caution. At home, the change was immediate in one place it mattered. She slept. She did not sip herself toward unconsciousness. She did not stand at the window and rerun a branch that had already been severed. She lay down, and sleep accepted her as a valid candidate. Her partner placed a hand on her shoulder and felt a muscle that no longer clenched. Conversation returned to the room in small pieces. A joke survived to its end. A plan was made without being canceled by dread. She returned her mother's call and did not break. It did not turn into tenderness. It turned into stability, which, after enough ruin, is its own tenderness. She did not ask me for praise. She did not thank me. That is not a defect. The bargain was clean and the results matched the term. I watched her adjust to certainty with the competence of a professional given a new instrument. The first weeks were the golden phase every petitioner believes will continue. Outcomes improved. Team cohesion increased where it mattered. The vector continued to resolve each fork with authority that did not bully. She did not become unkind, she became exact. That distinction is easy to speak and hard to live near. The hospital believed itself blessed. The families believed themselves lucky. The candle wall in the chapel burned fewer wicks. In my ledgers, the line beside her name grew orderly. The lesson had not yet announced itself. It rarely does while the figures smile. The ruler began to show its cost and edges it did not bruise at first glance. A bed is not a bed when demand exceeds walls. It is a ration vote. A man with track marks and a heart that would not decide on a rhythm lay stable enough to pass an hour without a crash. The vector resolved toward discharge. The bed would turn and buy space for 2 who were en route with injuries that will not wait. She signed the order with clarity that she asked me to install. The nurses disliked it but complied. Security walked him out. He thanked no one. 40 minutes later, a code was called in the parking lot. The team ran. He was gone before the gurney cleared the door. Inside, 2 new patients received care in time and left the hospital days later with follow-up appointments in the future. The chart recorded outcomes that satisfied the metric. The staff did not. A nurse leaned against the wall and said nothing for longer than the break allowed. A colleague brought her a paper and an idea he had carried through 3 years of quiet labor. A small cohort. A pathway that did not exist in the protocol binder. A drug repurposed with intelligence and restraint. The trial would demand resources that would move 3 patients out of line in a short horizon. The Vector did not hesitate. Standard of care first. The colleague argued that a window was closing. He spoke with the heat that only arrives when a person believes the future has finally opened the door. She said no. The patient lived under the known pathway. The colleague's grant collapsed. A future cure remained an anecdote and then faded. No metric recorded this because the horizon did not extend that far. He shook her hand and did not return to her bay for consultation. He started staying late without telling anyone what he was doing. At home, a smaller fork presented itself with a reach that did not look medical and carried medicine all the same. Her partner asked for time that was not broken into minutes between alarms. Dinner that did not end with her eyes on the phone. A walk that would not be routed past the hospital. The Vector pointed to the surge predictions shared at noon. Prep would allow 3 fewer disasters tomorrow. She canceled the reservation with the calm she now wore to everything. The apology was sincere and without embellishment. Her partner nodded and said they understood. Understanding does not repair absence, though. The conversation thinned over weeks. The bed at home became a staging area for sleep rather than a place where love built anything. This, too, does not enter spreadsheets. The residents began to copy her cadence and lost something they did not know they had. One stopped asking why after the 3rd week because the answers were always correct and left no entry point for curiosity. A charge nurse moved to a different unit rather than stand at the edge of decisions she agreed with and could not bear. A mother with a folder of notes returned 2 days after discharge to ask why the follow-up clinic had not returned a call. The Vector had done its work, but the clinic had not. Systems fail where the ruler cannot reach. She fixed it in 5 minutes and did not explain that she had traded an hour of her own life for that 5 minutes every day for months. The administrator who liked numbers sent another chart. The line kept falling. He wrote that donors had noticed. He wrote that leadership wanted her to present. She stood at a podium and described process without naming the instrument that had replaced her questioning. She was thanked for clarity. A resident asked her afterward how to carry the weight without her shaken. She told him to hold the line between what he knows and what he cannot control. It was an honest answer. It hid the part that she bartered away. Word reached her that the family of the man from the parking lot had left a letter at the desk. It thanked no one and blamed no one. It asked for contact information of a counselor. She read it and handed it to social work with instructions that would result in help. She felt nothing she could name as sorrow. She noted the absence and did not call it a symptom. She called it a function. In the chapel, more candles stayed dark. In the bays, the team hit marks that once felt aspirational. In her apartment, a message from her husband waited without an answer. The ruler continued to perform its duty. I watched it do exactly what she had requested and mark the cost in ledgers that cost only conscience. The fractures were clean and narrow. They did not yet threaten the load, but they would. The call arrived. A bus, a jackknife truck, a chain of decisions ending in metal and flame. The doors opened and the room became a field. Forks multiplied until the Vector turned from guidance into percussion. It struck through her chest at each station. Red to Bay 2, yellow to staging. Intubate in the hall because there simply wasn't enough time. Activate massive transfusion. Divert elective surgeries without asking. She stood where triage must stand, at the hinge where statistics are born from work. Orders moved without friction. Blood reached organs before her fear reached faces. Ventilators found lungs that would accept them. A surgeon shook his head at the pace and then kept up. The board filled with names and numbers, none of it was luck. It was a clean instrument performed by a cleaner hand. Survival followed the pattern she had chosen when she said yes. More lived because resources did not slow for sentiment. Teams formed and dissolved by need instead of habit. The charge nurse who wanted to resign stayed until her voice failed and then wrote orders on a pad. The deputy chief kept out of the way. The chaplain moved room to room with a purpose and honored both bodies and faith. In the middle hour, someone counted and understood that the graphs written tomorrow would be historic. She did not care about tomorrow. She heard only the drum of forks and the instruction to move. Then the case arrived that broke the math into what it had always been. A person with a history and a future that would neither continue or end. A child with burns across a spine that left little margin, lungs already brittle, pupils answering a light that no longer deserved its name. The room knew the cost. To treat this child at scale would consume blood, staff, and equipment that would pull care from many. The Vector resolved. No. Not because the child was unloved, but because the instrument demanded that 10 outweigh 1. The parents begged. Their voices carried through a curtain and across the floor. A junior doctor began to argue, but she raised a hand and the argument ended. She assigned palliation. She ordered the team to shift. She did what she had asked to be able to do. The child died. But to her, the one life wasn't worth the 10 that might pass because of that. The staff did their duty to the family with the care that honors the dead and the living. 2 bays down, a cluster of patients turned the corner because the bed and blood were available. The Vector was right. But the room broke anyway. A nurse took off her badge and placed it on the counter. She did not make a speech. She walked out of the department and did not return. A resident sat on a stool and stared at a wall the way soldiers stare at the ground after the order that saves the unit but erases a face. The chaplain prayed where prayer still has a voice and then excused himself to cry in a stairwell. But she continued to work. Her hands did not shake, her voice did not waver. She closed charts that would please administrators and opened charts that would extend lives. The drum continued until the last ambulance was cleared and the last bed was assigned. The hospital applauded the outcomes. A meeting was called before midnight. Numbers were read, lives saved were recited. She was thanked in terms that convert sorrow into utility. She stood at the back of the room and accepted none of it. The town built a candle wall for the child, photos were taped to stone, notes were tucked under wax. The parents stood without collapse because too much attention held them upright. In the chapel, the priest kept the door open and said nothing foolish. In the apartment, her husband sat at a table with a glass of water and a phone face down. The cracks showed. The team worked with her and no longer around her. A rumor started that she would not bend for anyone. It was not true. She had bent at the exact point where the ruler allows no bend and had done so without performance. She had slept that night and woke on schedule. She did not dream. She did not see the child's face. She noted the absent and entered the day. I recorded the hour in my ledger without pleasure and without sorrow. Precision had kept its promise. The cost had entered the room and taken a chair. 10 years went by. The city rewarded her because cities understand numbers better than grief. A medal at a luncheon, a profile that called her a model of modern care, a grant named in her honor for process innovation. She stood for the photographs with the posture of someone carrying an object that had not been built for hands. Administrators quoted her. Boards repeated her phrases. People who had never stood in a trauma bay spoke of her calm as if calm were a trophy. At home, the center thinned. Her husband left with a bag and the softness that comes from refusing to break anything on the way out. There were no speeches. There was a key in the counter. Her mother stopped calling when each conversation began to sound like business conducted across a desk. The mirror in her bathroom learned a face that did not change. She tried to cry once and found that the reflex had lost its path. She turned off the light and returned to work. She went back to the chapel the way mortals return to rooms that once held a voice. The wood had new polish. The kneeler remembered her. The votives worked against the glare with the same patient effort. She entered the confessional and spoke with the same economy she used for chest pain and fevers. The screen closed, the priest breathed. She began in a whisper that reached me without effort. I make the right choice every time, and yet I am becoming wrong. The priest made the sound good men make when they wish to help and do not know how. Before he answered, I paused time. The flame held in the building listened. I took the priest's chair and sat within the old frame. She recognized the change and did not startle. You again, she said. Not accusation, but identification. You called, I answered. I did not call for absolution. And I did not bring any, for it is not within my power to absolve. You did not ask me it for the first time. You asked for the ruler. She breathed out, and the sound belonged to work that had not ended for a decade. I kept it. I kept it every hour. I saved people because I did not allow myself to wander. You did. You have kept your metric immaculate. And in keeping it, I have become smaller than the life I inhabit. The team, I'm losing them. My husband left. My mother hears me and says she misses my laugh. I can't deliver it. I stand at the sink and feel nothing when a memory should arrive. I do the right thing and it builds a house I cannot live in. I want my doubt back. You are precise. Doubt is not a switch. Doubt is scaffolding. You traded it for the instrument you carry, and the trade has been complete. Can you reverse it? I'm not bargaining for youth or for mercy. I'm asking for restoration of ballast. It is not a trick. It is not a trick, and I will not do it. It is not within my rules. You did not negotiate for revocation. You asked for certainty at every fork measured by a horizon that suits triage. You built a decade with it. I will not adulterate the terms because the result offends a taste you have only now decided to honor. Then what am I supposed to do? She asked, and the words were not a plea. They were an order for a tool she did not own. Live in the remainder. Your ruler governs forks. It does not govern the time between them. You have allowed it to invade the rooms it was not invited to. You are the one that brought it to dinner. You brought it to the phone, to your husband, and to your mother. You bring it to the mirror. The contract did not require that. That is your discipline turned into habit. She sat very still. If I laid it down between forks, people will die who would have lived. Some will, as they would have if you had never met me. You have used the metric to rewrite the cost that mortal life has always charged. 10 years of order has not made you a god, it has made you a ledger. She was quiet long enough for the votives to lower their shoulders. It is not that I want soothing, I want to feel the difference between a correct action and a good one. You already feel it, you have simply trained yourself to ignore it. You are not numb, you are obedient, and there is a difference. Do you feel anything about this? You come to rooms like this and hand out instruments with edges. Do you feel anything when you watch what follows? I am not what you pray to, I am what you contract with. But I am not stone. I prefer symmetry that leaves a human remainder. I prefer ledgers that record both cost and language. I chose not to refuse you because refusal would have made me your conscience. I am not licensed for that. So there's nothing to be done? I do not renege on my contracts. But there is something I can give you, I said, and opened the panel between us. I held up a book bound in brown leather, the color of old desks. It was heavy without ornament. This is your work. What is it? A record. Every life you saved that would not have been saved if you had not accepted the ruler, the contract in these terms. Every case turned, every hour extended. Not predictions, not fantasies. Entries that qualify under the metric you chose. Names, times, aftercare. The secondary effects that fall within the horizon. She did not reach for it. Why would you give me this? Because you asked for doubt, and I will not return it. I will give you something doubt once did for you, though. It held your questions and your worth in the same hand. You have lost the habit of that. This ledger will restore function you have forgotten. When the day makes you smaller, this book will refuse the lie that your life is only edges. And when it makes me smaller because it reminds me of those I didn't save? It will do that as well. It will not simply just flatter you. It will not tell you that the child did not die. It will show you the reason you chose the knife, and it will record every bread you cut. You wanted doubt to absolve you. Doubt never absolved you, though. Doubt kept you from walking past rooms you owed. Let this keep you from walking past your own. If I read it, will I get back what I lost? No. There is no getting that back. But you may feel better about the choices you made. She took the book. It was heavy in her hands. She didn't thank me. She didn't need to. She placed the book against her chest, then set it in her bag as one sets down a tool, not a relic. I'll read it. Do. And when it teaches you nothing one night, read it again another. Not because it will change, but because you may. I closed the panel. Time resumed. The priest's hand lifted to bless and completed the arc it had begun. He spoke the words he had sworn to speak. She answered with the right voice and the right words, and she left the confessional and did not turn to search for me. She went to the pew, sat, and did nothing for a full minute, which for her was a kind of prayer. Then she stood, carried the ledger out under her coat, and returned to her shift. In my realm, I wrote one sentence beside her name. Ledger delivered. I did not add judgment. The weave did not change color. The candles in the chapel continued their work. The town still held its wall of light for the child. The city still used her name in runes where people applaud graphs, and the mirror in her apartment would wait. She would open the book when the hour required. She would find what lives there. She would still choose at forks. She would still lose and save and sleep and sometimes stare into absence. I had not undone a bargain. I had left a human reminder. She asked for the right choice. She got it. And she lost the right to be wrong. Hey everybody, Kevin from Nightmares Nightly here. Let me know what you think about the story and give me some ideas on what you'd like the Dealmaker to do next. And I ask you this. If the Dealmaker offered you one wish, what would you choose? And remember, choose wisely. The Dealmaker is all about precision.